Good evening, everybody. Just had to take a look, make sure the power light's on my microphone. Yeah, looks like we're up and running. Up and running. Throw a couple logs on the fire. Yeah, I see all kinds of great folks already jumping in here. We got Buddy Wackett was in here right away. Good to see you, Buddy. Good to see you, James. Freeman James is in the house tonight around the campfire, running water. I know running water's situation. He's driving. He's driving. So he's listening. He said that he has trouble doing the chat, voice to text, whenever there's an audio or visual going on. His voice to text app kicks out. So we probably won't hear anything from running water till he gets himself into a truck stop tonight. And he'll be in full force in a couple hours. Within a couple hours. Oh, Nemi. Hey, good to see you, Nemi. Yes, Wanda, it is wonderful to see you. Andy, morning, all. Morning, Sty. Yeah, very early morning for Andy. Well, thanks, Wanda. Thank you. Letting the folks know, hit that thumbs up. I haven't even looked to see, Yeah, we got a few thumbs up already. That's good. Nemi says, OMG, Sty, saw your old videos camping in that snow. Whoa, it must have been freezing. But that friend Fish made you that one video on camping. Looked really good. Yeah, my winter camps when I was out at Camp WTF, our old training grounds. I had that lean-to I built out there, and I enjoyed the heck out of it. And the few videos I did get made camping in the lean-to was only about 10% of the camps I actually had in that lean-to. So yeah, I missed that lean-to, but I don't know if I'm going to get it done. Well, I'm not going to go too far with that because I might get one up yet early fall this year. I got a location I'm going to do a lean-to project again. Yeah, the fried fish out at camp. Yeah, I'm hoping I'll get to fry some next week. I sure hope so. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing a lot better, Andy. A lot better. Andy, when you told me that there was a couple of posts that were sent out, I ran right down to our post office. And I talked to the postmaster, and I asked him, I said, how many days do you hold a post that won't fit in my box? Because I'm going to be out of town from Monday till the following Sunday next week. And I said, and I've got to actually have a few posts I'm expecting in. He said, don't worry about it. He says, minimum 30 days. He says, in fact, if it goes beyond 30 days, he says, if you're ever going to be away for more than 30 days, he says, let us know. We put a note on your box that when your anticipated return is. He says, we'll never send a post back, he said. So, So, how's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, I like that, Andy. When I heard how tall you were, Andy, and seeing you, seeing pictures, videos of you and pictures of you, I'm going, oh, yeah, the camera never does justice. Yeah. Don't mess with Andy. He's a big boy. Yeah. You know, it's odd though. I don't know, Andy, if you've experienced that or not. I used to be 6'1", but after I injured my back out in Montana, it didn't take but about 5 years after that I literally lost an inch. I didn't lose that inch from age. I mean, it was because my back deteriorated so bad. Um, but even at 6 feet, and when I weighed 267 pounds at 6 foot tall, I'd stand next to guys and I'd think, oh boy, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. Yeah, I wouldn't want to tangle with him. And then later I'd see a picture of me standing next to him. I'm going, well, geez, he don't look so dang big in that picture when I'm standing next to him. But subconsciously, I'm thinking, that's a big fella. When in actuality, they're smaller than I am. Andy, oh yeah, I'm big around. I lost a pack of noodles so I could fit the braid in there. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to make it. Oh, jeez, Eddie. Enjoy that pack of noodles. I don't know why the heck you sent me so many, but oh boy, am I going to love it. And it keeps going through my mind. I'll have those noodles for all my camps, man, for the rest of the season. Just big and scary. No, you're not big and scary. Emmy says, I'm 6 feet, but only have 65 kilograms. Want to put on more weight. Cheesehead, hey, oofda. I'm stuffed. Ring sausage, sauerkraut, some small potatoes, and carrots. I'm stuffed. Hey guys, if you want to meet a stuffed turkey, Cheesehead is the stuffed turkey tonight. You're lucky it's not. Oh, thanks, Cheesehead. Jeez, you guys are getting to know me a little too well. No, you can tell right away, can't you? Oh no, I can see. What the heck? It's a good thing I pretty much so know the keyboard. I can my typing skills are still generally okay, where I know where the keys are, so I don't have to look at the keyboard all the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't see nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to let Cheesehead try a couple of those because I'll tell you what. I honestly think, Andy, even the person that doesn't like crab, if they ate if they ate a bowl of those noodles, they'd go, "Oh, that is so good. That's so good." Just don't tell them it's crab if you know they don't like crab. Just tell them, "Hey, you should try these." I know they'd like them. And he says he won't like them. Yeah, that's because I clean my ears when I lift up. You could see light coming through my nose because I clean my ears out, and that light goes right through, comes right out. Yeah. Oh, guys, I'm telling you, Sty is so stinking excited about next week. I'm not. I'm not real comfortable with the being gone for a whole week. I don't get to see you guys for a whole week, and um, I'm going to miss that even out there. I'll miss that. I like keeping tabs on everybody, and so I'll kind of miss that. But boy, am I excited! Hey, Mike, Hike with Mike's in the house. Good to see you. Nemi tried the, and he said no cheese and bacon in the mix. No, he'll probably add it. Nemi says this morning I tried shrimp for the first time in my life. They are so good. You couldn't fit, you'd fill my living room with the amount of shrimp I've eaten in my life. It's great to see you, Mike. Yeah, a couple of your videos this last week were just awesome. Just awesome. I love the one about the intrusive human noises out in the outdoors in the wilderness. Yeah, I'm one that I got a real issue with that. I mean, I do not like intrusive human noises out in the woods. Another thing I don't like is the light pollution. I can't stand light pollution. I don't like staying somewhere where I can see the lights of a neighboring community or town or city on the horizon. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Light pollution's a bummer. And that's human intrusion again. It's not noise, but it's perceptive intrusion. It's just, yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, Mike, I'm going to be doing a video basically on human intrusion in the outdoors. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. I love that one. Oh, yeah, I love all your hikes out in the swamp too, man. They're just, yeah. And like I said in that one, all you did was that tiny little intro, and then there was nothing through the whole video except what you saw out in the swamp. And like I said, no words. That's all I could say is it was awesome. No words. I could hear the birds singing, and you could hear the breeze. You could, and you could hear the water running. Yeah. James Gas, yeah. And then Buddy's asking what I'm going to be cooking on the fire, camping style. Oh man, I the supplies I'm taking on this camp, it's probably enough for 8 or 10 days. But all of the meats and refrigerated and frozen stuff, I got to eat up. But there's going to be steak, there's going to be ground beef, a couple of ground beef things I'm doing, chicken. The heck else have I got there? Oh, I've got ground pork sausage I'm going to do something with. And bacon, of course. It's got to be bacon in camp. Some of my cooking will be on the fire. Some of it will be on the camp stove. I'm not going to have daytime fires anymore. Well, not on this camp. I'm not going to have any daytime open fires at all. Anything I cook during the day would be on the camp stove because I've got a bunch of wood with me that'll last me out the week. If I have a reasonable amount of fire each night. So I just didn't want to have to deal with a lot of firewood. So, but yeah, there'll be some cooking. There'll be a bunch of cooking. Mike says, yeah, back to work today. Less videos in summertime. Gotta go to bed early now. Isn't that a bummer? Oh, Mike, yeah. It's life, hey. It's life in this modern world of ours. Andy says, Nemi, raw shrimp, peel them, dip them in flour, then egg, then grated coconut, and cook in medium oil until golden brown. When you had those, then you had shrimp. Yeah, Andy, poor Mike. I mean, Running Water says, can't stand campgrounds with street lamps every 10 yards. I won't stay in one. I won't stay. I will not. In fact, I would say over 90% of the campgrounds I'm willing to stay in. For as far as electricity goes, are primitive. There's two that I stay in that I couldn't believe it. The one I saw, big power box, transfer box. And I thought they got buried power all the way in here. Well, then I found out no, because just not 100 yards or so, and you can't see it. There's a clearing, and they've got solar panels and a shed full of with a big battery bank in it, and that power box is nothing but a junction box for the raw power running to that box, and all that's powering is a electric pump, a water pump for the campers. Otherwise, there's no electricity anywhere in the campground. That I can tolerate because there's no lights, there's no electric lights, and yeah. Yeah, Nemi, you'll have to try shrimp that way. Mike says, yeah, it was cool to come across that babbling brook, rare to find in Florida. Yeah, that was nice, and I feel privileged because I can find probably 5 of those right here in the city, right in town where I live. I hear everything going on in the background, but all the human noises. I can hear vehicles and things at these locations. But even though they're right in the heart of town, nobody goes there. Nobody, for some reason, people just don't want to visit those creeks. It's too bad. Yeah, thanks, Stephen. But please, Cab and I and a lot of other creators' channels agree that we shouldn't mention anybody else that's currently live. Please don't do it here, and don't do it over there either. Yeah, Cab really doesn't like it. He doesn't like it, and everybody knows I fully support Cab. But I don't want to send anybody from here over to Cab. I have my own channel. Cab has his. I have right on Cab's panels live said, don't anybody leave Cab's channel to come over to see my streams. Don't do that. Wait till he's done, then come over. And that's the way I feel here too. Is and I think Cab and Cab totally agreed that yeah, you don't leave the current stream you're in to go see somebody else's and then tell the stream that's oh, they're live. No, we don't. That's just kind of not it's not very tactful to be talking about someone that's dovetailing someone else's stream. And then oh yeah, Andy, that's a fair bet there. You'd get your $50. Yeah, I'm sure as soon as Nemi tasted one of them shrimp, he'd go, oh yeah. Nothing like deep fried coconut shrimp. Oh yeah, excellent. And Nemi's mouth is watering. Here we go. The Sty Food Network. Very sliced lemon and lime to squeeze on them. Can put around chili in the flour, ground chili in the flour. All sorts to vary it. You know what, Andy? Today I had some of that sauce that you sent me. Yes, sir. I made some good old-fashioned, not so good American ramen noodles today. And I said, duck on it. It just tasted just too plain to me. They were chicken flavored. I sprinkled some of that sauce on them noodles and ate. Oh my! So that the chicken I'm taking out to camp next week is getting that sauce the way you were kind of describing it. I won't be I don't think I'll be layering cheese in it. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But that sauce is going on there. I love the sweet background. You can taste the ginger, the garlic. It's got a bite, not a severe bite, but it's got a bite. And those flavors stay with you. I mean, for minutes and minutes after you've eaten it, it just stays with you in your mouth. I loved it. Oh, thank you, buddy. Mike says, I like blackened shrimp with a cilantro lime sauce. That sounds pretty good too. Yes. And quit bringing that chocolate up. Quit bringing that chocolate up. Thank God that's going to be after this camping trip. Because I'll have at least a week to recover before I'll probably be out camping again. But here we go. Yeah, I mean, isn't that a bummer when you taste something that you've never tasted before and you go, oh, is that delicious? And then you think, I've been missing out on that all this time. Mike puts blackening seasoning on everything. Yeah. Andy says, if I want stuff blackened, I give it to my ex-wife and ask her to cook it medium rare for me. And yeah, I think the world of her, but not her cooking attempts. Yeah, some people just aren't cut out for it. Nemi says, "Oh, I think I know about that. I think I heard Sty talking about it on Cab's stream." Yeah. It's just not. We just don't. You know, and that's not the. If I had a channel to send people elsewhere, that's exactly what the channel would be. Is every time somebody came into my stream, I'd say, don't stay here. Don't stay here. Here's a list of other people's streams. You should run right over there because I don't have any content. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm not here to talk with you. I'm just here to send you someplace. None of us are here for that. None of us are here for that. And all the good creators out there like Cab and Gil Skills and all the good creators out there, all feel the same way. They all feel the same way. We love to promote each other's channels and say, hey, when you get a chance, go check these guys out. That's where we go with it, is when you get a chance, go check those guys out. We never invite our own viewers to leave, you know. She said I'm heading over. Oh, no, I'm not losing courage. I'm not losing courage, Andy. I'm just anticipation. Yeah, streaming etiquette. Oh, that sauce. Oh, I loved it. Cheesehead said, "What? No layers of cheese?" Well, there's going to be cheese in camp. So I said, I'm not sure yet what I'm going to do. I like Andy's suggestion about you kind of slice the chicken and then you put mozzarella in the slices, wrap it in foil, and then bake it over the coals. And then when it's done, you sprinkle that sauce on it. Oh my God. I shouldn't talk about it. I shouldn't talk about it because it's going to happen next week. I don't know. One night, I got to do it. I got a couple of small little chicken breasts that, yeah, I got to do it. Andy says, "Oh shit, you offended cheese big time now, Sty." Oh yeah, all you got to do is say, No cheese. Sets them right off. Or no bacon. That poor guy, when he gets old and they go to put him in a nursing home, even if they got to put his food in a blender and he's got to eat it through a straw, it better include cheese and bacon. I got a gut feeling them folks in the nursing home would be paying hell if it didn't. Then he says that video style you did where you put that tent on back of car is so cool. Didn't know that existed. I would definitely like to have that one. Yeah, I love my truck tent. Yeah, I love it. I love it. And it's with me all the time. I always got it in the truck now. So if I got a wild hair up my tail, say I run to Duluth, Minnesota from here, that's 60 miles away. On the way home, there's like 3 campgrounds I could pop into. If I got a wild hair and decided, heck, I don't need to be home, I could just pull in a campground, pop that tent right up. I always got supplies and, to spend a few nights out on the road if I want. And that tent is so handy. Keep a few rolls of toilet paper in the freezer. Yeah. I got a couple of rolls just handy here, Andy. Just handy, Andy. Because you gave me that advice last week. So I got a couple of rolls handy. And once I get all of my ice packs and frozen water bottles out of the freezer for camp next week, I'll insert those rolls all packaged up in Ziploc bags, and nice and cold and ready for when the candy bar shows up. Then he says, Sty, I support your content. You're the best out of them. You're my favorite. They are good, but you're the best. I mean, you don't have to put me on any kind of pedestal, man. I'm just really happy that you're enjoying them. If you can get some enjoyment out of my content, that's all. I just hope that you enjoy it. And he says, no. You slice the chicken breast like you would for a Kiev, but add the sauce followed by the mozzarella. A little more sauce and more cheese, wrap and bake. Okay, I'll do it that way. Okay, I'll cut and paste that. So that's my chicken recipe. Long, deep slice, sauce, cheese, a little more sauce, a little more cheese. And I bet you that'd be good wrapped in bacon, wouldn't it? And then wrapped and cooked. Yeah. Mike says Swamp Camper brought a rotisserie oven to camp once. We had rotisserie, lemon pepper, and capers roasted chicken. Just amazing. Oh, I bet. She says, are you talking Hasselbeck chicken? Don't forget to add some bacon in slices. You just heard me, didn't you? She said, I didn't read that first. I'm thinking of wrapping it like those ones that you and I have been cooking in camp. Those bacon wrapped chicken cordon bleus. Yeah, bacon wrap Andy stuffed chicken breasts. Chasing Guns, hey, good to see ya. Good. And he says that would be fun. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, he says that could be fun if cheese is being fed rectally. I will donate the wheel of cheese and a leg of ham to feed him with. Oh, yeah, you're terrible. But he says, wow, Andy, you sound like you know your way around the kitchen. You're making me hungry. Jason says, doing well, just getting ready to move to my lake house in North Alabama. Oh, so nice. having the house on the water, man. Oh, Jesus. She says, put them up there so I can knock them off. Okay, tonight I just may allow a couple folks up on the panel, but only a couple, guys. I know I like to throw 3, 4, 5 people up, but tonight, a couple at a time. And you guys can be polite and take turns, whatever, if somebody else wants to come up. And he says, buddy, my dad was a chef, cooked for our royalty, no end of prime ministers and politicians. And my mom taught me to cook. That was my upbringing. My father was a heck of a cook, and my mother was, for many things, an awesome cook. Keep her away from the meat. she like your ex-wife, Andy. Yeah. If you want it blackened, let my mom fix it. If it's meat, everything else she do just wonderfully. Oh, just wonderful. And I learned my cooking from my folks. Yeah. Thanks, Nimmy. And he says, if you're cooking in a pan, then add the sauce in the last few minutes. Oh yeah. So it's kind of sizzling away in that sauce. Yeah, simmering away. And that's Yeah, Andy. Yeah. Chase. He's as bad as you guys with food. He's telling us he's going out to the lake house. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey Nathaniel. Good to see you. Have a couple and tell them. Fought Oscar. Oh, when you had enough of them, Sty. Yeah, Sty's got the goodbye button. I got that goodbye button here right in my right hand. I can just goodbye. Boy, wasn't it nice having him on. Hey, before I get on there, I tell you guys, you wouldn't believe it. Okay, I thought I had all my outdoor gear and my Sty Shack 2 in the trailer ready to go. I thought it was all in there yesterday. I come home and I started putting together all my food for the trip. I got 3 fairly good sized boxes packed full of food. I've got 2 bags packed full of food. I've got my large fishing tackle box. Of course, Andy, that's got to come with me. no ifs, ands, or buts. And then I figured, well, I'll grab some of the gear, outdoor gear I've got in the apartment that it don't need to be in here. I don't want it in here. I figured it out. I'm going to have to make 7 trips down to my truck with all this crap. And the Sty Shack 2 looks like it's almost half full already with all my outdoor gear. But this trip is going to be fun, work, and video work. So I'm still looking forward to it 100% because while I'm there and in the evenings, I can, before I go sit around the fire all night, I can be working in the Sty Shack too and sorting things out and coming up with a good game plan on how everything's going to be in its own place. And yeah, it's going to be a blast. It's going to be an absolute blast. Cheesehead, he bought a stainless steel fish poacher today for $2. Hey, Bradley. Good to see ya. And he says, "You got your back seat, Sty? It will take time for you. You got your back seat, Sty. It'll take time for you to decide on what you really need and what you want to take with you." No, actually, Andy, the Sty Shack 2, the whole intention is that all that outdoor gear is going to fit in that puppy. It just all it requires is some concentrated organization skills, and it'll all fit. It'll all fit just fine. I got a big steamer trunk in there, a really big steamer trunk. Right now, that sucker's full of what I call camp clothes, but all seasons, all the way from spring to winter. All seasons are in that trunk. All of that's coming the hell out of there because I don't need all those in there. Those can come home and they can go in my. I've got, I've got a huge walk-in closet in my bedroom. They can all go in there, categorized for camping and my regular daily clothes and crap, and take what I need per camping trip. And that trunk is going to hold. It's going to hold at least 30% of the stuff that's already in the trailer. So, and it'll be out of sight, out of mind, and yeah, it's all going to fit in there. Oh, you don't think that poacher was ever used? She said. Um, yeah, and talking about the back seat, things like some of the gear that I want with me on the road when I'm not pulling the trailer and I'm not really planning on camping, but it could happen. All that's got to be packed in the back seat. I usually pack that in on the passenger side in the back seat. Yeah. And then Mike says, I always overpack when I car camp, but I am pretty good at packing for backcountry solo trips. But I always forget one thing, no matter how prepped I get. Oh, isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Yeah. I've gotten as old as I am now. I've gotten so when I go, yep, all set to go, throw the pack on and grab everything that I'm gonna, accessories in the sort, head down the trail going, yep, got everything. I can't get 100 yards down that trail and I start telling myself, you know darn well you forgot something. You know it. You forgot something. And then it's not till I set up camp that I go, geez, I forgot such a, sure enough, I always forget at least one thing. But most of my gear is redundant in my packs. So that's another thing I found today. I'm digging through my pantry. My pantry is, what is that? They said that's 10 feet long. My pantry's 10 feet long, 8 feet tall, and it's full of shelves, and it's got, there's so darn much room in that pantry. And it's full. It's full. So I'm moving coats around. They're hung up, but there's a lot of space on the floor and the back wall. So I'm moving a bunch of coats around, trying to figure out, do I want to get rid of any of them? And I looked and I go, oh my God, there's my Cabela's Outfitters pod, which is a tent, a single person tent. Brand new. I haven't even set this one up yet. It's never been set up. And my old aluminum frame backpack. I forgot I even had it. And it's packed all full of crap. There's all kinds of hiking gear and stuff in that pack. I don't know if I'll ever use that pack again, but it's holding a bunch of junk. So it's going to the trailer. It's going to the trailer. So, but yeah. It's very rare that I feel, I overpacked when I'm out trekking. If I'm out trekking, yeah, I'm more conscious about what I'm throwing in there. That I'm not heading out of base with a 40-45 pound pack. I ain't doing it, especially anymore. I ain't carrying that. Up to 25 pounds. That's it. I can stay out almost. Well, I can stay out a week with a 25-pound base weight. Yeah. Um, Bradley saying, Nemi, I had internet issues all day. I want to my internet company and raise hell. It didn't do any bit of good. Oh yeah. Wow, geez, that sounds pretty interesting. Yeah, and the only one, Mike, you're a real pro. Yeah. Yeah, if you only forget one thing and you go, ah, I can live with it. I can live with it. It's when you get out there and you realize you forgot a system that includes 3 to 5 items. And you're just like, that whole system's laying there at the house. What did I do? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Andy's jealous. Geez. If he lived closer, he'd borrow it. Trying to catch up. Um, yeah, you always feel better after you chew out a company like your internet service. And Bradley said, I'm surprised I still have internet. They didn't turn it off because I called them every name in the book. Yeah, I've been down that road. Yeah, some poached salmon or cod. Yeah, that'd be good. And yeah, yeah, poaching fish is pretty easy, cheese. You just need to be able to run if the warden comes along. Yeah, that's good. And he says, Bradley, if you're nice to them, they will keep being mean. If you talk back at them, they get scared. Yeah, and the dynamite for quantity and speed. Got to be quick after because they hear the dynamite. And a bow, yeah, for quality. And it's quiet. Bradley said, if it messes up again, I'm going to tell the internet company to take the service and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. Everyone knows where this is. Sideways and shoulder deep. Mike says, I love my old school aluminum backpack. That is the only one I use. Yeah, I mean, my I actually wore one out to the point where it was so ragged, and I had somebody that loved them so much. He says, "I'll give you $10 for it." I said, "Nah, no, 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 no." So I took five, and I wouldn't have paid five for it. Now this one I actually picked up in a yard sale. I think I paid $4 for it because as backpacks evolved and transitioned, people just didn't want them anymore. And I'll tell you what, boy, did I put the miles and miles on the pack, the aluminum frame pack I had out in Montana. Oh, and I liked it because it's open frame. I could lash things to it. Yeah, and it was comfortable. And they say, "Oh no, those aren't comfortable." Oh yeah, they were. I liked mine, and it's light. It was light as a feather, empty. I mean, it was. Yeah. Okay. Buddy said last time I went camping, I smoked a little wacky tobacco and got paranoid from all the noises in the woods. And he said that happened when my son, his father-in-law, and I got back from fishing late last night, buddy. Baked, slaughtered, wine curd, a lot. And he says, Sty, I was in hospital today. One young guy had a car accident, bad, all in blood, I think. Yeah, all in blood. And they didn't want to take him in because he didn't have his medic card with him. His father started cussing them bad and got banned. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. It's one thing I like here in the United States. Every single emergency room at every hospital, if they have an emergency room, they cannot, by federal law, refuse you services. And if it's life-threatening, if they feel that your condition, even after they helped you, is still life-threatening, they're required to place you in the hospital as an inpatient, whether you can afford to pay or not. You're not allowed to turn them away. Once they get there, you can't turn them away. Andy says, that's the one thing I don't like about the States. When someone is in a mess like that, Nemi, you treat them first and then ask for their money after, in my book. Well, that's what they do, Andy, in the emergency rooms here. And I've had people tell me, oh, no, that's not true. That's not true. They turned me away. They turned this guy away and that guy. I've done it 5 frickin' times. Now, here's the best one. When I had my major heart attack, they never even asked me what my middle name was until a half hour before I went into surgery. And I was there for almost a full 24 hours before surgery. They didn't bother me about the financial responsibility, nothing. And then all they wanted was my name, date of birth, contact person, stuff like that. And sign that I'm giving them permission to treat me and that I'm taking responsibility for the debt, basically, is what they're saying. And then I went, yeah. Oh, that's terrible, Nemi. That's terrible. Oh, that is so terrible. Bradley says, Andy, that's the way I am with my wife. And he's trying not to demonetize this stream. Don't happen often, but every now and then. Nemi, tell your dad to sue them. You will get paid, then they can lose their job. Well, Nemi's in Serbia, right? Yeah. Nemi's in Serbia. Yeah, he ain't going to be able to sue anybody. You almost have to have a social uprising in Serbia to get them to act just for the people, in the behalf of even not just the one, but the many. I mean, it's tough over there. It's tough over there. Nemi, you've got a tough life there. But that government has been so disrupted so many times, and with the wars there and everything. Yeah. My heart goes out to you, Nemi. Oh, cool, Andy. 2 of those lures that you sent me are from there, eh? Cool. Yeah, Bradley saw it wrong. Yeah, it's isn't it easy in the chat to do that? Yeah. Fantasia lures. Okay. Cool. Didn't know that. See, and I thought about that with all those lures, and I'm seeing names I'm not 100% with. I just don't recognize them. And I was going to do a search, write some down, do a search, and see if I could figure out where some of them came from. And he says, I don't even spell good. Yeah. Aren't we all just that way? Just that way. The Moonlight Dancer, and that other one from the same guy makes him himself Vladimir something or other. Yeah, okay. Something or other. I think I know that guy. He might be Vladimir's cousin or something. But that something or other, I think I know that guy. Oh, you mentioned demonetization. I'm going to tell you real quick. My last stream, it was not a regular, it wasn't a Sunday night or Thursday night stream. It was in between. There was nothing in that stream that was, no way would you demonetize that stream for anything. No way. I went back through, I watched that stinking stream. Oh man, to the point where I'm falling asleep watching it the second time. I could not find a single thing, nothing. And in the background, I kept pulling up, looking at YouTube stream guidelines and demonetization guidelines and all their dang guideline. They limited the monetization on it. But the one we thought was going to be demonetized, because everybody was just really, it was getting raw that night. It was getting real raw. That's the night Andy bought himself a free ticket for the night. And then Todd jumped in and donated $40 towards Andy's future slips. They demonetized. They didn't demonetize. They didn't do nothing with it. It's fully monetized. I don't get it. Now I'm starting to wonder, aren't I nasty enough or something? Seems like videos or streams that I'm sure they're going to limit the monetization. No, they don't do that. The ones where I say, okay, folks, tonight, let's just try to make sure to make it through so that this stream is fully monetized. Oh, no. Nope. It's just like, I think they got some crone sitting there watching my streams going, the minute he thinks he's going to get monetized for that stream, we'll demonetize it. We're going to show them we can be the biggest asses in the world. Okay. Bradley said, you are some good people. I'm glad I met all you guys. You all are like family to me. And I love you guys, my brother and sister. Hey, that feeling, Bradley, is absolutely mutual. That is. It is. It is. And and when I say, hey, somebody new, I'm glad to see you. Right away, right inside, I tell myself, boy, I hope they turn out just like the others that have come to follow me, because it doesn't take long. And I truly get attached to you guys. It's just, you are family to me. You are family. And it's like distant family. When I was growing up, we had family that lived out of country, and we would send those old reel-to-reel tapes to each other back and forth. They lived in Germany, France, Italy. They were all Korea, South Korea, and they were with the military, and they traveled all over. But we saw them maybe once every 5 to 10 years. And all that communication was through some form of media, letters, those tapes, sometimes Super 8 film. And that's what this feels like to me. It's like you're all family, but you're distant. You're yeah. Yeah, that was the one where you were sick, Andy. You were ill that night. You sure didn't say anything bad. You didn't say nothing at all that was bad. The because you only made, I think, 2 or 3 comments, and they were all about your migraine. Nothing bad. Okay, Nemi says, here I'm in North Part. We here live good. Never had one war touch my part of the country, but in the South Part is so hard to live at all. You're in constant danger, but North Part and Middle one, it's normal. Yeah, you're lucky. I wasn't sure what part of the country you were in, Nemi, but if you're in northern Serbia, that's for you guys. That's like a whole different world. But doesn't it feel at times, Nemi, because you know it's in your country and it's down on the southern portion of the country? Don't you feel like, oh man, that's going on in my backyard? That's down there going on in my backyard, knocking on wood all the time, crossing your fingers. That crap don't creep its way north. Yeah, James. Yeah, jokes. Well, that night there weren't any bad jokes. Not on that stream. We have had our nights with some pretty wild ones. You mean my fart cups? uh, yeah, Nemi says YouTube is weird. People get demonetized for stupid reasons sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. What can you do? Um, let's keep things clean and wholesome so I get pushed shafted by the management over monetization. uh, Mike says Campfire Steve posted a real short video showing the swamp camper spraying the campsite. He ended up getting a really large creature with that stuff, about 180 pounds. Funny stuff. What? Is that in a video somewhere, Mike? So Steve posted it. I'll have to get over there and see it. Um, and he says, I hate to whine, but who the hell didn't hit that thumbs up yet? Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, I'm glad it was bug spray. If Steve's out there just spraying camp, oh, that's not so good. That's not so good. I noticed that things went bright, then went dark. They're coming bright again. That's me getting too close to the camera with my hand, I think. And he says, sensible question, Sty. Could the smokes be having an effect on monetization? Shouldn't in my book, but you never know. Yes, it's possible. You remember there was one night we had a group stream and I was saying that about vaping, that even vaping on your channel, they can limit the monetization because advertisers don't want anything to do with tobacco out there. No. They didn't demonetize that one. They didn't limit it or nothing. I don't know. I think it's so terribly random what they do and don't do. Um, Someone told me it's mostly things that are said that their system catches on, things in the title and description or tags, um, and then things in the chat that are said, certain words and things that'll flag that it's an automatic system. It'll flag that if it sees a certain word too many times, it'll flag it and it'll limit the monetization. Not for a good reason, just because they saw that same word a dozen times, but it's not looking at what context was it used in. So yeah, it's a terribly imperfect system. Yeah, yeah. Andy said, "LOL, Mike." There, I had a vision you really don't want to think about. That was me too. Psst. And then when I see that comment, like a male cat marking his territory, yeah, big male cat going around, or like a timber wolf marking his territory. Yeah, yeah. I got a lift on that one and that one and now once I get this whole camp sprayed, it's mine. I'm gonna laugh when I see the varmint that was killed by the bug spray. Okay. Yeah, I will be checking that out, Mike. Thanks, Bradley. Thanks. That is so nice of you. Yeah, yeah. Well, and that's another reason why I feel that we're all in good company. Is I think everybody else feels the same way that we're not going to tolerate that garbage. Nemi says, "Yeah, it's strange. I really feel strange, and it feels like two different worlds. Been in South once down there. It's like everything is scary and people are scared, but on North and Middle, it's amazing. Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad. I'm happy for you, Nemi." Nemi says, "Said that that's happening in our backyard, and we can't do nothing about it." Yeah, yeah. Isn't that a bummer? Andy says, or some mushrooms to cook up live. Maybe a postage stamp or two. Yeah, that'll get it demonetized. Probably from the after effects more than anything. Hi, Gemma. Hi, Gemma. I'm behind. So you snuck up behind me, girl. Good to see you, girl. Then he says, Sty, you inspired me, and I made my friends to go out and camp next weekend. Without phones, internet, and stuff, just what we need to survive. I hope you have a great time. I hope you have a wonderful time. Running Water says, wonder if it still flags profane language even though your admins stop it from appearing in open chat. No. If it's hidden by the mods or by the host, if the comment is hidden so nobody can see it, then it don't count. They won't count it. It's great to see you, Gemma. I've seen you a couple spots today when I was able to jump online a few times. It's always good to see you, Gemma. Yeah, nature's the best medicine. I can't wait for it this coming week, man. I can't believe that I'm going. It's going to be absolutely amazing to have 5 24-hour periods in a beautiful location. Beautiful location. And I looked. The only reservations in that campground, there's 5, counting mine. 5 reservations out of 28 campsites is all there is for this coming week. And I'm only 3 days away from heading out there. And I keep watching those to see how many. And the nice thing about it is None of them are close to my campsite. That's the best part. Yeah, I saw you over there. I was over there before I started my stream. Yeah, yeah. Well, he's got a good topic. He had a really good topic tonight, and I if I wouldn't have had a stream, I would have, I would have finished out his, and I would have gotten on the panel with him, I think. Yeah, Nemi, you going to take a camera? He says, "Oh, I wish I had one, but plan on getting money to buy one and start filming some stuff." That would be cool, Nemi. That'd be cool. Can you video with your phone at all? I did a whole waterfalls video. Actually, I hiked to 3 waterfalls, and I used my cell phone as my video camera, and then just downloaded it and put it all together and made a video out of it. Gemma says, "Yeah, I've got lots to chat about. I'm fired up," she says. And boy, don't get Gemma fired up. Because I tell you what, she's going to be real with you. And that's what I like about all my people, all the people that follow me. That's what I like. They're real. They're real people. And he says, if you ain't a sheepish one to begin with, Nemi, go search on AliExpress. If they don't ship to Serbia, don't know why they wouldn't, but you can have it shipped here and I'll send it forward to you. Yeah. For Gemma, it's just stuff, more stuff, right, Gemma? So all you need is to have to deal with more stuff. And Andy says, smelly stuff. Let's just say people being a-holes. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's all you need is more stuff. Bradley said, I went out today, looked at my final location where I'm going to go camping soon. It's going to be deep in the woods with the deers and the bears. Yeah. This early fall, I should say late September, probably. Then I will be start boondocking. I'm going to start boondocking, and I got a couple of remote sites I want to drag the adventure trailer in, and I got to go out and scout for Shaga. So the one site I definitely have to go spend a weekend. And that's a sweet spot, boy. Yeah. All the critters that live in Wisconsin seem to want to hang out there. Nemi said we have here a mountain. I can't pronounce it. It's like half a mile from my house. And on the other side, there are these woods surrounded by more smaller mountains without any humans there. It's amazing. Sweet. Mike says, our hiking trio camped a month ago. Only one other person there. Lots of sites, and some idiot sets up camp right next to us in particularly empty campground, then was angry in the morning because of the noise. Yeah, what's wrong with these people? There's been a few times I was just absolutely fortunate. I get a campsite and there'd already be somebody next to it, but I had reserved that site, so I didn't have a choice. This thing with National Forest, you reserve a campsite, you got 48 hours before you arrive to change that reservation to a different site. And even then, it's far from guaranteed. So I get there and there's somebody right next to me. Pull in. And then after being there a few hours, walk past them or they walk past me and introduce ourselves and how long you here, that kind of thing. And find out, yeah, they're going to be just fine being next to me. They're not going to be noisy and they don't care about noise. And they're the type of people like me that just say, hey, that's your little world over there. You paid for it. This is my little world. If I'm intruding on yours, let me know. And I'll surely let you know if you're intruding on mine. And then sure enough, somebody will come into the campground, park on the other side. They got the next campsite. So you're waffled in between. And thank God you find out they're the same way. They're not going to be raising holy hell till 4 o'clock in the morning or anything. But it's weird when a campsite is virtually empty and some jerk will come in there and they slide in right beside you. You got the whole campground. Yeah. Yeah, Andy, with the so-called people out there. Yeah. And he said, I think I heard about AliExpress somewhere, but we'll definitely check it out. Good. Yeah, yeah. I love it when you got somebody that they don't have a problem with you any more than you got a problem with them, because you're not going to interrupt. You're not going to disturb each other in a sense, you know. And he says that's as welcome as a bad fart in a sleeping bag. Oh yeah, there you go, Bradley. A little hunting while you're camping. Jim says, but I will be victorious because I am a good person. So screw my haters. Bye bye. Absolutely, girl. Absolutely. Absolutely. Always remember, in the worst case, you're still always your own best friend. That's the way I see it. They want to hate on me, give me crap. Yeah, I'll just dump it right back on them. And because I don't need them. And he says, but problem with that place, Sty, is that there are a lot of wild hogs, big ones. Yeah, you guys got the big hogs over there. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Dojo's in the house in Washington County. Snuck in on me. Snuck in on me, both of you. Great to see the two of you. Um, Mike says we have lots of wild hogs in Florida. I come across them a lot. They have never been aggressive towards me. Yeah, boy, I tell you what, though, you get down to Louisiana and Texas, East Texas, them nasty buggers, they'll tear up your dogs, they'll tear up your truck tires, they'll tear you up if they got a mind to. Nasty buggers. Hey, fishing with Slip. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm really liking the word fishing right now because I get to go camping for a whole week next week, and I'm going to be doing a lot of fishing. A lot of fishing. A lot of time out on the kayak. With all the food people want me to fix and video and all that, folks, if it ends up only being 1 or 2 videos of me cooking something, sorry, too bad, so sad, because that water's beckoning me. Plus, there's a 4-mile trail that goes all the way around that lake. And the thing is that I heard that about a fourth of that trail, but in sporadic spots, is all flooded out. So you got to hike around all of those flooded out spots. So it'll probably end up being thanks, Stephen. it'll probably be one of those deals where a 4 mile hike turns into 6. So that'll be a long afternoon or early morning hike I'll take. And I'm taking Mike's hike with Mike's example. If I do that hike, which I'm really planning on it, I'm going to film the whole hike. Well, a 6 mile hike, part of it bushwhacking. There'll probably be a 2 hour hike, 2.5 hour hike, depending on whether I take a break somewhere along the lake that I like. But I'm going to video that whole dang thing. I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying nothing on that hike. I'm there to enjoy that hike that day. And whatever that video camera picks up, and I'll have my Canon with, I take some stills and whatever, but I'm going to put a video together of that hike with just maybe some spots will have some soft background music, but the majority of almost all of it will just be whatever sounds critters are making. The background music will probably pop up if there's any human intrusion. I think Mike would even understand that. Mike said, as I said before, the only animal attracted to me is bears. Lucky me. Yeah, and I don't mind. I'll tell you what, Andy, just so everybody knows, I'm going to throw the link up here, but right now, I'm just going to bring Andy up for now. He totally missed the last stream, and a lot of us sorely missed him in that stream. If you're available, Andy, and able, if you'd like to come up, the link will be posted there. It's like I said earlier tonight, I wasn't going to do a lot of panel stuff, but there it is. Oh, hey, look at that. Thank you so much, Fishing with Slip. You bet you are. You bet you are. Yeah. I got a great bait shop here that's got awesome crawlers, beautiful crawlers, and I get 18 of them for $275. So yeah, it's covered because I already had the money set aside. Okay. Andy said, please pause the camera. You already have. You don't have camera on. So you must be there, eh?
Yep.
Yep, he says. Well, if I would have moved that Sty North logo down, it would have covered your face.
Jesus, I've lost weight.
What's that?
Jesus, I've lost weight. Look at how small I am in that picture.
I know, you're tiny. And you're awful pale.
Don't get personal.
Yeah, thank you so much, Fishing with Slip. Then he says, oh, it's 3:16 a.m. here. Gotta go to sleep. Need to do something early tomorrow. Good night, Sty, and all of you guys. See you all in next stream. My next stream will be Sunday night. Hi, Native Grammy. I'm going to pop this up so folks know for there you go. Now people can't tell me that I didn't tell them. There'll be no live streams or videos posted the week of August 5th through August 10th. I will be up with Sty Story Sunday, on the 11th. Now, I don't have a video going up tomorrow either, guys. Now, I don't want to hear a bunch of whiners saying, oh, wow, where's our video? Where's our video? I've got almost 400 videos on my channel, and don't tell me you watched every one of them. Go back and look at some of those while I'm gone for that week.
Back when Sty had hair.
What's that?
Back when Sty had hair.
Yeah. You don't have to go too far back for that. Oh, yeah. It's great to see Native Grammy. I've been over there, Grammy. Watch. I think I got one video left of yours to watch. I mean, I sat through all the streams and hit the thumbs up on everything, and yeah, I love it. I love that country out there. I did comment though, I believe, on when you were harvesting the sweetgrass and the sage. Yeah, very nice and respectful. Yes, it was, and well made video. It's good for folks to see it done that way.
I'm on the panel, Bradley.
That's Andy. Andy's on the panel. Yeah. He typed into the name part, camera won't work. So
That's what happens when you buy second hand.
So if I hide this, there he is. Everybody meet, camera won't work.
The cube. We're
he
twins.
must be a friend.
Sty,
What's
take
that?
off your hat. We'll look like twins.
If I did that, yeah. Let's see here. There I am. There we go. Oh my gosh! Put a bikini on or something. There. Okay.
I'm wearing a thong. What more do you want?
No toplessness around here.
Too late.
Too late.
Typical hot, sticky August night.
It's hot there?
Hot, sticky.
Hot, sticky. It's finally kind of comfortable here, but boy, am I pissed. I tell you what, a weatherman wouldn't dare walk up to me right now and kick him. I tell you what, he could go back several years and get back in the boys' choir after I got done with him. It was supposed to be nothing but rain and thunderstorms today. Blue skies, one or two white clouds, not a drop of rain, and I was pissed because what I did was I'm packing all the gear out of the apartment here to move, to get out of here, and I didn't go anywhere today to do nothing. I could have been out. I could have been over at the trailer working on it. And, geez, yeah. Gemma. Yeah, I love you too, Gemma. I had somebody DM me, direct message me, that said I should be ashamed at myself flirting with all these young ladies at these
Especially
streams
Gemma.
and on my, and I said, God, man, you know, when I find somebody that's true to themselves and that they're not fake. They're just not fake, and and they're of like mind. They like to be happy in their lives. They want people to treat them with respect. When I say I love you, it's not like I love you. It's I love you. I mean, there's a lot of people in the world I do love. Oh, I got some that are in the hate bucket. I can't stand them. But when I say I love you, that's like a brotherly, fatherly love. Get real, people. Anybody that wants to go there, they kiss my ass. See, I didn't even use Heine that time because that kind of crap pisses me off. Gemma, I've got children that are older than Gemma. So what in the hell's wrong with people? Now that tells me what's wrong with other people's minds, where their minds are going. They're rotten people. Alexander, hey, good to see ya. We are all pretty good tonight. We usually are once we get in here. Yes, haters move on. You're right, Gemma. Oh, the hell with them, eh? It's the platonic meaning of the I love you. Absolutely, Alexander. Don't people understand that anymore? Don't they? I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah, Gemma's going to be 31 in October. And oh my gosh, my son will kill me. I believe he just turned his birthday was just a little over a month ago. And he just turned 43. Running Water turned 43. Yeah, see, Bradley, you went through the same thing. No, you didn't miss any drama, Alexander. We're talking about generalization drama. Hey, way too son, good to see you, Michelle. Thank you for hopping in and saying hi. That's awesome. That is so nice of you. Bradley, he wants to kick the weatherman too because it did the same thing to him. Storms all day, and it didn't. Oh, yeah, isn't that a bummer? Yeah, Way Too Sons only has about 5 minutes, but that's good. That's good. I mean, just seeing you. Oh, that's sweetie, Michelle. Um, yes, Gemma. That's the thing too. Is when you're a real affectionate person, and the worst part of it is then the next thing you know, somebody that you're trying to show the affection to does something nasty to you. Says something really bad or does something really bad, and at times it can be quite the burden. Quite the you just it confuses me when people do that, and it can be heartbreaking sometimes. Yeah, Donnie's an old man. He's an old man. He said that the other day too. He says he's getting tired of people telling him, "Look at your dad. That's what you're going to look like in 20 years." He just shut up. I don't want to hear it.
Don't tell Donnie, but he already looks like his father.
Yeah, just doesn't have his
long hair.
He doesn't have a long enough beard. And it's not gray enough yet. Otherwise, yeah, he got Sty's curse. Alexander said words are funny. I was speaking to a friend about how the meaning of vocabulary has changed since we were kids back in the 90s. Oh, can you imagine, Alexander, how it's changed for this kid compared to back in the early 60s? Tell you what, vocabulary has really changed. Yeah.
Yeah, so's what
Bradley's
you're legally allowed to say to people.
Bradley, you got a birthday coming up pretty soon, don't you? Yeah, Bradley's going to be turning 52. And Andy's turning 55. Dojo's almost 39. When you going to start acting it, Dojo? Damn kids. Way too, son. You're going to be 50 in December. I wouldn't have guessed that. I wouldn't have guessed that. No.
Morning,
I would
Chuck.
have, I would have thought you were quite a bit younger yet. I was thinking like early 40s, maybe. If I had to guess, I'd be. Yeah. Running Water's oldest is 21 years old. My granddaughter. And then the firstborn grandchild, my grandson, he's 23 now, I believe. Oh, you're more than welcome, Michelle. I love you guys, man. Yeah. And I'm so happy for anybody that doesn't know, Way Too Son, Michelle, and her other half, Richard, over at Bentley's Backwoods Bushcraft, they're going to be moving to Florida. And they've been wanting that. That's been a wish of theirs for a while. And it is so good to hear that they're not giving up on that wish. They're going to do it. Oh, and then TV keeps buffering. Huh?
Not here.
Not there, huh?
No, I reckon Grammy's just too far out in the woods.
That's it, boy. I tell you what, you get up in them woods up there in Oregon, and even your signal gets lost. Jim has said, Sty, I get told that I shouldn't tell people I love them. Don't, and that's it, girl. Don't ever listen to that crap from anybody. Don't ever listen to that crap. Because that's your choice. That, I don't say to somebody, I've had new people that I've just met. In fact, today, there's a fella that I met on YouTube that him and his family went and spent 5 days at Black Lake, just 3 campsites down from where mine's at. And they videoed every day they were there. I watched all of his videos, and I commented on the very last one, said I watched them all, and I mentioned something from every video, and so that he was sure that I did. And I told him, I said, in those 5 videos, I said, because he responded, so we started commenting a lot back and forth. And by the time we got to the tail end of our comments back and forth, I told him, I said, I learned enough about you in those 5 videos and our conversation that I said, I'm going to close with, you have a great hunting season, because he's looking forward to this next hunting season. I said, you have a great hunting season, my friend. And he actually then jumped over to Facebook and direct messaged me and said, I can't believe you called me friend. And I said, until you prove you're otherwise, I said, I'm going to treat you as a friend. And he goes, I'm not used to that. I'm not used to somebody being willing to call me friend before they've known me for a very, very long time. I said, anybody can be my friend. That's my choice. I'll choose it whether I want to be that person's friend. I'll friend myself to them. They don't have to friend me back. I'm not. You're not going to hurt my feelings, but it gets stronger as time goes on. That friendship, it just grows. It just keeps building and growing and growing. And then, if I find out I picked a bad choice, it's a little disappointing. But I don't let it ruin me.
Everyone can have a bad day.
That's right.
Or even the best of friends can be a complete a-hole to you.
Oh,
purely because they have had a bad day. But if you are the real friend in return, you'll cut them that slack and you'll say, fair enough, mate, I have those days as well.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, I've had friends in the past that I give them all the room they needed. Because sometimes you need it. Sometimes that's what a friend will do for you.
Yeah.
Is
sometimes
they'll let you bitch. They'll let that person bitch them out, chew me out, call me an asshole, whatever you want, and then I'll just let you go on your way. I'm not gonna argue with you about it because you're venting on a friend for a reason because you think I'm your friend, and you can do that without any conditions.
Yeah.
And that's a true friend is they don't have conditions. They'll come back when you've dealt with things, and they'll be just the same friend you had before then.
And the true friend will tell you the truth, even when you really don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah,
you
no
want to hear,
shit.
there, it'll be all right. But when shit's going to hit the fan, you need to know it, and you need to be told it honestly and plainly.
Right.
For your own good.
Yeah. Hi, Chuck and Gemma. You're right. People misunderstand me, she says. Now, I have that a lot, Gemma. I have that. Oh, God. I have that a lot. You're in good company when it comes to that. I've had people just take me wrong, and I have I have absolutely no ill intentions, and I'll say something and they'll just take it just totally wrong, and then it's tough because they misunderstand what I say, and then but what really bothers me is when they won't let you rephrase or discuss it with them so they really do understand what the intent in the statement was. When they won't let you have that, then it just keeps making that rift between you farther and farther and farther. And because you're trying and they're saying, oh, go F yourself. I'm not, yeah, you said this and I am not forgetting it. And you're saying, but you misunderstood my intent, what I was trying to say. They don't want to hear it. That's where all that prejudgment crap comes in. Bradley's birthday just passed June 26th. Well, belated birthday, Bradley. 29th for Way to Sun. Wow. Yeah, that's right. Oh. Dojo says, never staying 18 forever, LL. I tell you what, in my heart, my mind, you're damn right. You're damn right. Way Too Sun says, I have a baby face. Oh, Bentley's Backwoods Bushcraft says, hi, everybody. Good to know that you're in the background, Richard. Okay, Andy and Chuck catching up. That's good. Yeah, I can just hear you just hammering away there, Andy. Boy, you're chatting up a storm.
Yeah, I'm dropping Chuck a little message.
Okay, Alexander said I was going to say if there was some drama, the things I would have to say would demonetize and fill up my swear jar for the month. No, no drama. Yeah, that's the thing is, you're old when you meet an adult that you saw born. Yeah, you know. Alexander says the Wendigo keeps eating the internet cables. LOL. They have those in Oregon, or is it that just a Northeast Native American thing? Actually, all native history has, it may not be the same language, but they all have a Wendigo. Yes, yes.
This is really good.
And you pay to cover your verbal butt. You're terrible, Andy. Yeah, Andy's covered for a while yet.
I'm biting my tongue at the moment because it might be 20 to 3 in the morning here. But it's about 5 or 6 hours earlier at your end. And
yeah. It's 8:40 here.
Yeah.
PM.
I won't say the one about when I was a little boy and this man offered me some sweets to get in his car. I'll save that for later.
Okay. Yeah. Alexander said, Andy, I would have to ask for a raise at work. he can't afford a swear jar fund over at Sty's. Wouldn't that be funny though, guys?
That'd be worth videoing.
You know what? Here's what I'm thinking, because he's talking about the swear jar and all that. And I've got in my about page, my PayPal link. If you go down to the bottom of my about page for my PayPal link, it says Sty's tip jar. Okay, and if you hover over it on the very front, my home page up in the banner, if you hover over it, it comes up as Sty's tip jar. I should go in that and change that from Sty's tip jar to the swear jar. Because then when anybody sees it or hovers over it, it'll say the swear jar. So if you're going to cuss on my channel, you just go up there and use that link. Bradley said, I hide my age. I cut all my hair off my head and colored my beard black. There you go. Mike said, okay, I'm back. The cats got into all kinds of mischief. Yeah, James, windwasher, shift changer. Bradley says, I'm 21 again. Well, I tell everybody I'm 20, or that I'm 40 years old with 22 years experience. Native Grammy's birthday's on the 12th of this month.
That's the day before my son's.
Seriously?
Yeah, my daughter's birthday's the 16th. And my son's daughter's birthday is on the 15th. There must be something about November and trying to keep warm at night that causes all these babies to keep happening in August.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever noticed how Mother's Day comes 9 months after Father's Day?
Yeah, why is that?
Well, Father's had his day, now Mother's going to have hers.
Here we go, folks. Any contributions to the demonetization fund are deeply appreciated. Oh, you're going to get me coughing. Alexander says, Sty, I tell my friends all the time, even if I am not around all the time, I am one call away for any problems. Don't care what time it is. If they are out of line, I'm going to let them know it. See, and that's the way I am. I've had a few friends over the years that got a really rude awakening when in the middle of the night, I got a rude awakening. They're calling. I'm desperate. I need help. And I'll go to the drawers and usually have my shoes in my hands and I'm running out the door. Go help a friend. Get there and find out it was all their own making. That the problem they had that they were dealing with was something they did
They screwed up.
They really screwed it up themselves. And they want me to bail them out of their own screw up. And then that's when I tell them, okay, I'll morally support your ass, but I ain't going to help. I'm not
financially supporting it.
No, I'm not going to financially support it. I'm not going to put in a ton of physical labor or anything to fix what you screwed up. But I'll tell you, you can do it. I'll be, I'll be a listening post, but that's all you get because you had that one coming. I ain't gonna know. Yeah. Tough love. I mean, that's what it is. It's just tough love. You got, and the friends that I've had to do that with, for the most part, they never did anything like that again. And if they did, I don't know about it because they didn't call me.
Yeah, I've made that mistake before today. Help out someone who screwed themselves up and they just go and do it again.
Yeah. That's what I don't like. Mike says people won't like me, but later they seem to appreciate me after they no longer have contact with me anymore. I get that a lot as a teacher. It is rewarding to get nice comments from former students. And that's the thing is that tough love. I tell you what, when a person starts to mature and their thought process even matures a little, and they look back and they go, oh, that guy that I treated like an ass and thought he was an ass, he actually did me a favor. He actually put me on the right track. Yeah, I think that chocolate will give you a jump start. We shall see. We shall see. Yeah. You don't want to be sitting on anything that could melt or combust. Probably a steel chair is best. And don't have any curtains behind you.
Steel chair hooked up to the mains.
Oh, even you could take like a turkey roaster and put about a quarter full of water and just set your butt in that. And then if you put a half a dozen eggs on each side of your cheeks, you'd have boiled eggs after the stream.
Boiled eggs and rump steak.
Yeah, Mike, isn't that true? He says,
Ashley,
you're getting old when your students are your former students' kids. Yeah, I know a few educators that have been down that road. In fact, I knew one gal that's absolutely ridiculous. She's like if I recall, she's like a 5th grade teacher, and she said that when she saw her first students' grandkids graduating high school, she said when she realized the first grandchild, that's a 3rd generation of her first students went to graduation, she said, that's when I realized I need to resign. I need to retire. It's been too long. Yeah. Lordy. I don't even know where running water's heading now. Mike says, you are getting old when your new class of students are the sons and daughters of the former students you taught from them almost 20 years ago. Yeah, yeah. Can you imagine how that old gal felt, Mike? Yeah. And she was in her mid 70s when she retired, and mid to late 70s, and still spry as can be, and had all of her wits to her. Chuck's youngest son is 34. My youngest daughter is 38. Yeah, that scares me too. Thank God my girls technically are supposed to be beyond child rearing days. But my oldest daughter, who's 40, just had her 10th child this spring. The Andy swears are fun. you're crazy. Alexander, sorry, back.
Yeah, that's my PayPal link.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah. Which wouldn't bother
I've
me.
hidden it to make it look like yours, so as everyone funds my swearing from now on.
Yeah. So I'll know where those funds are coming from when you put them up on a super chat, right?
Yeah.
They're coming out of the swear jar. No, you're supposed to put money in that for swearing, not take it out for swearing.
Oh, I got it back to front.
Yeah. Oh well. Hey, I'll tell you what, Alexander. Yes, yes. I'll bring a second person up. Don't
Bring
everybody
Alexander up.
don't that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna post the link again, Alexander, so you don't have to go looking for it.
He can come up and fund the channel for the next 10 years.
Yeah. Let's behave ourselves, boys. Behave ourselves. Still early in the evening here.
What does that mean?
That means we probably got kiddies watching us. Some of my grandbabies are probably watching this.
Well, I could put up a disclaimer like I did on that Johnny joke on my Facebook page. Now then, all you little kiddies reading grown-ups' pace, Foxtrot Oscar now, so you don't get in trouble.
And that's one of the problems is over on Facebook we can get away with so damn much. And
yes.
and then I have family members come watch my streams and they go, "Well, this ain't like Facebook." No. Sorry. Yeah, Sty wouldn't even have a channel if he went the Facebook route here.
I probably wouldn't even have a YouTube account if I went the Facebook route.
Bradley, that's funny. Yeah, he's saying the same thing. Just kidding, brother. If I had to put money in a tip jar for cussing, I'll be broke less than 12 hours. There we go. There's Alexander.
Hello, guys.
Hello. Good to see ya.
I have to try to figure out the proper height for my camera. I'm on a laptop right now.
Oh, well, you're dead center right now.
Oh, good.
Yeah, coming in good, too.
What is that behind me? Sorry.
Just had to boot someone, Sty. Sorry, mate.
You what?
Just booted someone.
You booted somebody?
Yeah. Someone called Morris something or another.
Were they being naughty?
Make an implication. What was that first message? Have you ever touched a kid like that? You look as though you would.
Oh. Okay, I see it.
So I didn't even bother to ask.
Did you get rid of all those messages?
I just kicked him off the channel.
Okay, yeah, and I see his messages are gone. That's good. Because I'll bet you anything.
It's that same prick from the other night. Pardon my French.
With a new channel, they do that. Oh no, this guy actually has stuff on his channel. But
you don't go to someone else's channel and behave like that unless you're very good long-term friends with them and they know that what you're saying is purely in jest.
Right. And you know what? I just learned something, Andy, which is great. I just went to this guy's channel, and when you blocked him, you blocked him from my whole channel. He can't see my video. He can't comment on anything on my channel, period.
Yeah, if I boot someone, I boot them hard.
That's good, because I wasn't sure if I was not sure if my mods had enough administrative power to do that.
They haven't, but the Men in Black have, and some of my voices are related to them.
The Men in Black. Look out.
Gotta watch out for them black suits.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
Alex, when I grow up, I'm going to have a real beard like yours.
Mine can't even get all the way in the camera.
That's a good beard, my friend.
It's got color in it as well, Sty.
Huh?
It's got color in it as well.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't going to go there.
Has a little hint of red in it, too, for some reason.
Camouflage for the fall.
Absolutely.
Mac PC, what question do you want to ask? Preferably, it will be clean.
Hopefully, it will be clean.
Yeah. Now I don't know why over on my YouTube side it's there. It is. No, I'm blocking Mac PC right now. It's another troll. They are blocked. You know, and I hate to say it, but okay. Now this is just the way it is. It's life on YouTube, and a lot of people don't understand it. But if you frequent other people's streams, like I do, I visit a lot of different streams, and you make comments in the chat, or you're on the panel, and they ask you to leave a comment so people can find your channel. That's where the trolls are finding us. They lurk all these bigger streams, and they look for people that are popping up on those streams, and that's where they get their victim list. In fact, I was in a stream just 2 days ago, and there were 2 trolls in that stream, and I acted like I didn't even see them,
Yeah.
But I was commenting to other people, and I streamed that same evening. Both of them were there, and I caught them before they even.
Yeah, but Sty,
comment was gone. Yep.
If you click on YouTube just to get a bunch of videos up to take your pick of what you.
Just for a second, folks.
What's that?
Oh no, that was Alexander. He's going to be right back.
All right. If you just click on the YouTube thing and you get that whole bunch of different channels and videos to watch, down the bottom it gives me a list of what has just been released, and also it'll tell me if some random person is live at the moment and stuff like that.
Right.
Probably how they're finding who's live and trolling the channels.
I can do you can do a YouTube search on who's live now, and it'll give you hundreds and hundreds of live streams. Thank you, Bradley. I like that. Yeah. I blocked and reported his ass. Bye-bye. Yeah. Chrome Dome. Way to go, Andy. Yeah. Yeah, Chuck. Yeah, James, use steel toe boots to help them out the door.
Or help them brush their head on the ceiling.
Yeah. See, and people that tolerate these trolls and they just say, ignore them, ignore them, ignore them. And I keep saying it. I keep telling these people, and some of them are big channels that say to do that. They do not realize they better go right to the heart of YouTube guidelines and read deep into it, what they're saying. If you leave that stuff up, that's a flag to YouTube that you are not properly moderating your own streams. So the YouTube will strike you for it, demonetize you right now because you're not properly monitoring and moderating your chat. And
you say that
they can't strike me for that. They might strike me for saying asshole too many times in a night, but they can't strike me for us not dealing with the stinking trolls. They're going to end up pretty lonely under that bridge if everybody starts doing it, And that's what I encourage too. Is
no, what you do is you take them out in the countryside, well away from the bridge, and leave them in the sun.
Yeah, let them cook.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right, Alex.
I had to make
right. That's one of the joys of being on microphone. I can disappear and come back as I please.
Yeah, cheater.
I did so a few minutes ago.
I just lifted my mic stand the post right out of the rack. There we go.
I'm going to say, Sty, I don't know how you scared me with that.
What's that?
I said, I don't know how you managed to scare me with that. If I was something in my house.
Sty Shack's going through an earthquake. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, something's got to be done with these trolls, and the best thing to do is absolutely ignore them, block them, don't even give them a chance.
Yeah, I always say, just pull the rug out from under them and leave it at that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dropped another one.
Did you find another one?
Yeah. He was sitting there with a message saying, in capitals, "I hate slaves."
Oh, yeah. And some of them get
these ones with a massive channel, 0 subscribers, 0 content.
Yep.
Wasn't that Mac PC?
No, this was someone called Nether Thought, Nether, as in regions.
Right. Nether Thought. See, and Andy, you're catching them.
Friggin' brain.
You're catching them quicker than me because on StreamYard, that's what's weird with StreamYard is.
Yeah, I got sound on StreamYards, but I'm watching on YouTube.
Right. StreamYard is real-time video, delayed chat. Over on YouTube, it's
the other way around.
3 to 8 second delayed video, but real-time chat.
Oh, mean old hound.
Yeah. She wanted to come and say hello.
Hello, Pop.
Hello, Pooch.
Yeah. God, I sure miss my mascots. Yeah. I love my two little mascots because I'd come home and having a bad day. I'd sit there and they just sit there and look at me like they're listening to every word I'm saying, and I'm bitching at them, telling you couldn't believe this rotten day and on and on and on. And they're just, okay.
They just look at you and stare with them glassy eyes, and you carry on bitching. When you finish it, and pick me up, give me a hug, give me a pat, and you'll feel so much better.
Yeah. And that's, I wish more people would take the pets examples as what unconditional means.
I think what unconditional means with my dog is pooping on the floor sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you gotta watch out. Little dogs do that.
Yep. Yeah.
If you don't pick them up in the right amount of time, pooping on the floor.
Yep.
I don't know how many times I've woken up to go to work and put fresh socks on and.
At least you had socks on. One of the worst feelings in the world is waking up, taking 2 steps out of your bedroom and squelch right between the toes.
Oh, I know it.
I tell you what, a lot of people thought I was nuts, but in the Sty Shack, when I had the survival camp going, there was a spot in the Sty Shack, and I would go and I would get these jerry pads. I wouldn't even buy them. I got them from a gal that's a nurse, and I'd get cases of them, and I'd put those jerry pads down, and they're almost 3 by 3 feet. You know, they're made to go on a bed underneath an old fart, you know. And I put one of them jerry pads down, and I actually got both of my mascots trained. They go take a leak on that. They go take a dump on that. Never anywhere else in the Sty Shack. And then that only happened if I was burning the midnight oil on YouTube, leaving my generator run half the night, and then I crash, and I didn't let them out before I jumped in the bunk. And then in the morning they'd get up and they'd look and they'd go, "That old fart's sleeping. We got to go somewhere." And so, yeah, the pad worked. I was surprised the two of them learned to do that. I thought, oh, come on. They're actually, everybody says cats are smarter than dogs. Well, not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one here likes to poop around the pee pads.
Around them?
Yeah, all around them.
Oh my gosh, you put that nice clean thing down there. I don't dare poop on it.
I'm not crapping on that. I was pissing on it all last night.
Yeah. And the cartoon crab returns. He says, "Yes, Grammy's there." I always, like I've said before, I always assume Grammy's, she's in the house. And if she steps out, there's been times she's stepped out where I've seen her say, "I'm back." And then I'd scan back up the chat and she had left another comment or something. She never said, "Be right back," or that she was going, but she'll say, "I'm back." Yeah.
Kind of like out. Me.
Yeah. Bradley says, "Me and Andy is on troll patrol." There you go. Mike says, "My cats are pretty smart. When the litter box gets filled, they poop in the shower stall. Easy to clean up." Yeah, we had a cat that would do that. You know what? We had 2 cats at the time, and I spent $85 on it, on this automated litter box. The cat jumps in it, does its duty, and it's got the clumping kind of litter in it, does its duty, whether it takes a leak or it takes a dump. When the cat jumps out, that thing would turn on, and it'd rake it, and it would dump it in a box. And then when you're done, or when that box is getting full, there's a tab sticking out. You grab it and you give it a pull, and it's sealed the top of that damn box. And you just lift the lid, take the box out, and it's sealed tight. You throw it in the trash.
I remember seeing them on TV.
Yeah, that thing was awesome until that one damn cat. That's the problem with cats. They're not just wise. They're not smart. They're wise. That son of a bitch figured it out. Middle of the night for almost a week, every single night, I'd hear that litter box run, and I'd think, "Oh, cat just used it." It wouldn't be 30 seconds later, I'd hear it run again. Then I'd hear it run again. And I'd get up and I'd go look down the hallway to where their litter box was at, and there's that damn cat. And as soon as that thing would recycle, he'd stick his paw in the litter box. And then he'd pull it out. And there it would go again. And then he'd do it again. He learned how to play with the damn thing. Oh, that pissed me off.
Speaking of the wisdom of animals, here's something my dog learned how to do. She was just doing it over there. That's why I was leaning. She's learned how to rub her own ear and enjoy it. She hits that one spot where she likes it, and you'll hear.
Oh, yeah, loving it.
Yeah.
There's a word for that, guys.
There's a sentence for that. See, I don't need you.
Yeah. Master Bikes and Company.
That's private time with no need for tissues.
Okay. This one here, she likes to get into all my chew spit cans and shred paper.
Oh.
That's another thing I got to clean up almost every morning. I started cutting the tops off of tin cans and just kind of like squeezing them down so she can't get into them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Native said, yeah, it's all buffering TVs, phones, reset internet, TV, and phones. Yeah, I was looking at the extended forecast for next week while I'm going to be out at camp the whole week. Not that I really give a shit because I'm in a homemade camper this time. I don't have to worry about how wet it gets. But if it's raining constantly, or especially if it's storming, that'll mess up my fishing, Won't mess up cooking in camp because I'm taking, I think, what?
If it's storming constantly, take the camper, back it up down the boat ramp because no one else is going to be using it, and just cast out the back.
Right out of the back, yeah. Not a bad idea.
I'll be right back. I got to show you something.
Sure. Yeah, if Running Water's listening, I don't think he's aware, but yeah, your brother Joe took down your camouflage greenhouse, and guess what? He was going to put it in the shed, and I grabbed it and put it in the Sty Shack too. I'm taking it with next week. I figure, hell, if you boys ain't using it, I'll use it out at Sty Shack. And Running Water did offer. He says, it's not getting used. Why don't you take it with you? And so, yeah. My boy is just too good. He's just too good. We were talking about friends. Your children never truly are your friends. They're your children. It's a different class of friendship, and concern for each other. But I'll tell you what, my two boys are just like having two awesome friends. And Running Water just bought this awesome kerosene heater for the new shed. But he's halfway across the country. He can't pick it up. And it's somebody just local in town here he bought it from. It's brand new. The gal had bought it and never used it. And he got it for $70. You can't pass up the price. I mean, oh my God, that was that cheap. But he can't do anything to get it. He can't even get her money. So he texted me and he said, could you do me a big favor and this and that? And my response was simply, what's up? I mean, well, you're damn right. All the stuff my kid does for me, you bet your ass I'm going to help you out. And then he told me what's going on. I said, yeah, sure. And I got access to see, and that goes to show the trust. I got access to his debit card, and so I'm going to go pay for the thing and pick it up for him. And he says, when you get to the ATM, he says, it's only $70, but draw out 100. And he says, you keep the change for going out of your way to do that. Now, what the hell? Why would your kid do that for you? I mean, yeah, he does enough for me, though. Hey, Alexander, what do you?
So, I'm going to show you a tin. I'm not sure how well you'll see it because the light's dim in here, but do you remember Packers tar soap?
Okay, hold it right there. Hold it right there. There we go. Look at that.
Yeah.
Where the heck did you find that?
It's been in my tackle box since I've had this tackle box since I was a kid. So let me show you what's inside.
Oh, here we go.
We're gonna go full screen again here. What the heck?
Yeah, the number 3 deep fishing. Number 3 deep fishing weight.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what brand this might be, but found that big old thing in there. No name on it.
Look at that old spoon.
Yeah, you might want to replace a split ring on that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to stab at that one.
Oh, look at that old Daredevil. Wow.
Oh, that's nice.
Man, I've caught a lot of big pike on them. Ooh.
How many holes did you end up with, Sty?
In Detroit, Michigan, United States of America.
Yep. Absolutely. I had, for spoons, out of all the tackle that I lost, for spoons, not counting my musky spoons, I had 147 spoons.
Oh, wow.
My musky spoons, I had 24, and them buggers were huge. They were, I think the smallest one was a 10-incher. I had four of them that were 14-inch spoons for muskie. Oh, I miss all that gear. I'm jealous, Sir Alexander.
I've only got 6 spoons, 2 teaspoons, 4 dessert spoons.
Yeah. How many soup spoons? Those are valuable ones.
Those are the real valuable ones. No, and in the worst case, you can cut the handles off, and with a little small drill, you got a fishing spoon too.
A little bit of solder.
Yep.
My local fly fishing store down here was teaching how to make flies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I live in Pennsylvania. We have a town down here called Volant. It's sort of a touristy place. Not really a tourist town, but there's a lot of little mini shops and stuff like that sell small crafts. And right on the Neshannock Creek, there's a store called the Neshannock Creek Fly Shop. And they have all kinds of stuff. They got, well, I couldn't even tell you how much stuff in there, but they got some big name stuff in there like Orvis. And I actually got an Orvis catalog here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it in the pile of magazines here. Nope, not here. There's the Indian motorcycle one, but not the Orvis one. Speaking of that, Sty, weren't you talking about motorcycles a couple streams ago?
Oh, yeah. I had my biking days.
You see the model Indians they got out now?
I've seen a few pics. Yeah. Yeah.
I like that. They call it the vintage. That's the name of the model. It looks like the old 50s style.
Yeah. Very early Indian.
Like, they don't have it in here. They have the Scout. They have the Chief vintage. Let me see if I can line it up. Right there in the center.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Oh. Would I like to have one of them?
No kidding. No kidding.
Yeah, I was going through my tackle box and I found this soap tin. And I looked in it and I'm like, well, holy cow. I got to show these to Sty.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, man. Great to see.
I remember when I was a kid, I had this little round tape measure about, you put the circumference of $2 half together, it's how big it was around. Meant for just measuring fish. When I was a kid, I was holding my tackle box by the handle. I was walking across the bridge to go to the other side. Wham!
Oh no!
Roll on down into the water and down the waterfall, and I'm like, I'm going down there to get it. Tell you what, I never found it.
Never did, huh?
Never found it. I tell you what, I went back with my metal detector about 10 years later, here about 3 years ago, to look for it. Gone. Gone forever. It like disappeared or something.
Wow.
Like,
I've got.
Take a look at those lures, Sty, that I just put on the chat. Let me know if they'll be any good for you.
That Selmo fishing?
Yep.
Pulling it up right now. Well, look at that.
They're heavy.
They're heavy?
Yeah, look at the length.
Okay. What's 9 centimeters?
Just under 4 inches.
It's just under 4 inches?
Yep.
And they're fast sinking.
Yeah, they're definite cast and retrieve jobs.
Right. Just keep it cranking. Which would be great in water that's about 1 meter or more deep.
Yeah. And you can get them up to 3/4 of an ounce, I believe.
Wow.
There you go. There's another link there that will give you the heavier ones. 24 grams. 21 grams is 3/4 of an ounce.
Uh-huh.
That's like 3/4 plus an eighth. Which is what? 6 eighths, 7 eighths.
Cool. I just bookmarked it so I can come back to that later and give it a good look.
I'm sending you a link to Sty, to that Neshannock Creek Fly Shop I was telling you about on the YouTube chat.
Oh, yeah. If it doesn't post up here, let's see.
If it doesn't post there, I'll put it in the chat on here, StreamYard. I'll put it both places. What the heck?
That's another thing that I'm not too keen with StreamYard, but they're working on it. Is if you post a link in StreamYard, all fine and dandy, but you can't. It's not a hot link where you can just click on it.
Yeah, you got to copy and
paste it on a fresh page.
Right. Got it. Awesome.
Did it work for you on YouTube as a hot link?
I was there a minute ago. I didn't see it, but
Hensley Fly Shop, yeah.
It's
Neshannock.
My YouTube chat's way behind for some reason.
I think
Creek Fly Shop.
I'll send you their Facebook page. They have a lot of photos there too. It's a pretty nice place. Story behind it is it's right on the creek where there used to be in Volant. There was a grist mill, and the water is dammed upriver, or upstream actually, and it's diverted down into the what's the term for
spillway or
a flume, like a flume.
Oh, like a flume, okay.
Like built-in ground flume. I guess it would be like a spillway. So that goes in, and underneath this bridge, it goes, and the rest of the creek comes down, and it makes the upper part of the creek high enough for all kinds of different fishing. Not really wadeable water, but everything that's down from that, you can wade on out there, and they got all kinds of trout, and there's the Palomino trout.
Sounds like fun.
Oh yeah, I wish I had patience to fly fish like them.
Yeah.
But I tell you what.
Real quick, buddy, we got Andy He's the camera won't work. Andy K. And then I've got Alexander with Order of Perusian. Prussian. Ah, screw you.
Think old
Andy.
Germany.
Prussians. See, I don't like to, I don't like to be rushing into anything. Hey guys, gotta give me a moment. I gotta run, and I'll admit it. I'll admit it this time. I'll just come right out and admit
paper
it.
out the freezer.
Take what out of the freezer? I haven't had any chocolate.
Get used to the coolness.
Andy, entertain Alexander while I'm gone. I'll be back in a moment.
He just said he didn't like rushing around.
Yeah. That's.
Yeah, you're watching right now.
That I did that one time in a conference I was at. I got up, man. I held it for like 5 hours. I thought for darn sure I'm just going to lose it right here, and I got up and was running out of the room, and had this guy as I'm going past him. He goes, "Why are you rushing?" I said, "I'm not." And I said, "If you were me, you're European." Yeah. But life goes on. I'll be right back.
Well, go drop your tire, Ward.
Okay.
You've muted your mic.
Did he mute it? He did too, didn't he?
Oh no, that's because I'm what is it? Watching YouTube, listening to live stream. Streamlab. I know what I mean.
I got all distracted with my ADHD trying to find something for Sty and got talking. How's the fishing over there in the UK?
Somewhere between shite and terrible.
Oh. So at least it's not
the UK taking all the fish. It's the Europeans taking it all as well. They're allowed within 3 miles of our coast.
Oh, wow. Who's doing it? I read a couple people were doing it.
That, and you got people that don't stick to the rules and the laws. Which you can't blame them because nobody ever seems to enforce it.
Yeah, it's like around here. You don't want to get caught doing nothing because they'll throw the book at you here in America.
Oh, yeah. That's why I would fully agree with licensing sea fishing in the UK. It's only freshwater fishing that you have to pay for a license for. You need a license if you want to go for game fish like trout and salmon.
Yeah.
Saltwater fishing, you just turn up with a fishing rod and fish.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there's only bass at the moment that swim in the sea that are limited on the amount you can take. Everything else is just a minimum size limit.
Okay.
So if you catch a monster fish that is prime breeding stock, in America it would be over slot, yeah?
Yeah.
Over here it's fit for the table. You take it home.
Unfortunately, I live in an area of America, they call it the Rust Belt. I'm not sure if you heard that term before, but we have a lot of factories here that are decommissioned, and there is a lot of river pollution here. So,
yeah, I get it. Pennsylvania and the deer runner.
What's that?
What is it? The Deer Hunter. You ever watch that with Robert De Niro?
Yeah, I think I have.
Yeah, they all came out of Pennsylvania and the steelworks.
Yeah, that's right. Because we have Pittsburgh Steel here.
Yep.
But we have a problem with our closest river here. There is some form of radium contamination as well as mercury contamination.
Yeah, that'll do everyone a lot of good.
Alexander,
Yes.
Freeman James is asking where you are in Penn.
Northwest Pennsylvania, 75 miles north of Pittsburgh, about 50 miles south of Erie.
Oh yeah. James is he originates from Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Pittsburgh area, correct, James? Well, out in the boonies. I mean, yeah, his family, they had a farm out in the boonies. Yeah.
I was
very
watching
true,
a
Rob.
long video.
That's a good one, buddy. Sty has to drop the kids off at the pool.
And my number one son will be fishing tonight because he's working a night shift on overtime during his week off, which means that around about now, when he should be sleeping, he'll be out on the docks fishing. As long as you're paid to do an 8-hour shift, and you're going to spend at least 3 hours of that asleep.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Listening to you guys, you're talking about fishing and the like, and this fella that I met today on his channel that had gone to this campground I'm going to next week. Now, I've been to that campground twice before, and I had fair luck the first time I went fishing there. Excellent luck the second time. In his video, he keeps saying, I haven't caught none. We haven't caught none. And he goes, he says, beautiful place. Beautiful. I love it here. But the fishing ain't so good. He says, so we're going to go to some of the neighboring lakes. And I was kind of chuckling. And so I, when we started messaging each other on Facebook, I told him, I said, when the 2 times I've been there, I've had plenty of luck, and everybody I talk to seems to have good luck in that lake. I said, maybe you don't know how to fish. He goes, he says, you called me friend on YouTube.
Yeah, I got a fishing story for you. When I was probably about 18, I'm 27 now, I was fishing in a very questionable area. Not questionable as in trespassing, but I'll just say it this. The water treatment facility was right behind me.
Oh, yeah.
Poison Central.
Yeah. I was sitting in there fishing, and I had my rod kind of set up almost like a fly rod. So I would reel it in so far and then flick it, then reel it, flick it. And I got some drag on something. I'm like, what is that? And it let go. Flicked it again, started reeling. And it caught again. I'm like, it got to be a turtle or something I'm pulling up. My pole was bent over like this. I'm like really twisting on it, turning that knob, twisting, turning that knob, reeling, and hear a pair of women's bloomers come up out of the water. My friend next to me says, well, you caught the underwear. There must be a mermaid in there. Cast out so you can get the rest of them.
Yeah. Now it's time to hook the mermaid.
Yeah.
Hey, Alexander, I'll tell you what. What would have really been hilarious is if they were one of them great big pairs of granny bloomers.
Oh, yeah.
And if you would have taken that down to the DNR and told them, I want an official weight and measurement of these because I think I got the world record.
Yeah.
And insist that it go on the world record list. There's a big mermaid in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Biggest one I ever caught weighed about 230 pounds. I was chucking a megabass flap slap about in a side wind, and it was blowing right to left, and I cast it out without very much thought or care. And that was the very last day I used barbed hooks, because that went through the back of my ear.
Oh, jeez.
Total of 4 hooks.
Oh, hey, I saw a video today of a guy hooking a muskie in his kayak, a really, really nice one. He had about a 38 incher, and I watched that, and he had a sit-on kayak like mine, and oh yeah. Now I'm excited. I'm hoping I'll hook into some monster like that yet this year. Yeah, it was fun watching that guy trying to get that muskie to his boat. And when he got it to his boat, no net, of course. I don't have a net with me when I'm out on the kayak, but I'll probably pick one up next month. But after watching his, he got that muskie up beside his boat, and he managed to get his fingers under the gill plate. But all he could do is drag that thing up and lay it in his lap. All was fine, except here he's got a big lure with triple trebs on it, and they're all in that thing's mouth. And I tell you what, you get your hand inside a muskie's mouth, you don't give a shit about them hooks. When he starts thrashing his head, you're going to need 60 stitches in your hand. And he's trying to reach down the throat of this thing, get his lure out. I'm just like, oh, Jesus, man, Jesus. And he was on a body of water. The muskies have to be 40 inches or larger to keep. Oh. So he's fighting with that thing in his lap for about 3 minutes. Finally got those hooks out of it and managed to release it. But he's just sweating, thinking, "Oh my God, they're going to catch me when I come into shore with that thing, and I won't get to fish forever." See, when I was
worried about that muskie's head hanging around the family jewels.
Oh yeah, you don't. Yeah. See, when I saw him drag that thing up and lay it in his lap, that's the first thing I thought was, now if that lure comes out of its mouth and only comes out with a single treb still in the fish, and that thing gets down in that bad region and that fish starts thrashing.
Oh boy!
If half of his body gets overboard,
12 different holes.
That's pure insanity to think of it. I see here, Buddy asked if I have ever eaten carp or catfish. I've had smoked carp and catfish. I've eaten the hell out of catfish. Yeah. I won't eat. I'm not interested in any catfish that are over about 4 to 5 pounds. You start getting these great big old channel cats that are just monsters. They're 50, 60 pounds. You don't eat that shit. I mean, anything and everything that has been in that body of the water is now in that catfish's body. Yeah, no, you don't want to do that.
Have you seen the catfish they get in Spain on the River Ebro?
No.
I'm pretty sure it's still on YouTube somewhere as a video of a guy catching a 240-pound catfish.
I see. Now that I think about it, I think I did see that. That was a great big fat bastard. Thing was huge. And
it's on quite a fast-flowing river as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I won't read your comment, Andy, about the carp.
You gonna argue with it?
No. Sorry, I just can't. I mean,
you do realize what carp is an anagram of?
Don't ask me. Because I'm not responding.
That should answer the question as to whether I've ever eaten it before or not.
Right. Has this distinct flavor of fish. Hey, get this. God darn it. I wish it. Yeah, it's too much hassle. But the small cans of tuna that you get, they're just the smaller cans of tuna. At the Dollar Tree, for crying out loud, they had Alaskan wild caught pink salmon steaks in those little sized tuna cans.
Huh.
And I thought, yeah, I'm brave. I eat anything. So I grabbed myself 4 cans. They're only $1 a piece. Where the hell can you get pink salmon for $1 a can, right? And they've been sitting in my pantry for about 2 months. And I was thinking, yeah, I'm going to have to try one, because if they're good, I'll take a couple cans with the camp for lunch, you know. So I opened a can yesterday. They ain't shitting you. There's about 1.5 inches thick, full body section steak, pink salmon steak inside that can. Just barely fits in that can. The firmest flesh, if you like fish, I mean, it was so stinking awesome. It was the best canned salmon I've ever eaten, and it was $1 a can. So I called over to the store today and I said, "You got any more of that on the shelf?" "Yeah, we got some yet." So tomorrow I'll be stopping in there to get stocked up.
It's still there.
Yeah. Yeah, I told the manager, I said, "If you don't want me to hunt you after I'm dead, you better grab about 8 cans and stick them in the back office."
If nothing else, if it tastes like, or if it did taste like crap, you could always mix that up with flour and make a ground bait mix.
Yeah. See, and that's my ex-wife used to make salmon loaf all the time. And that I should have added that in that video of mine. I can't eat that. I can eat salmon loaf, not hers.
Have you ever had smoked haddock?
Smoked halibut?
Haddock.
Yeah, it's yellow.
No.
Oh man, it is divine. But you mix that, it is absolutely divine. You mix that with a tin of salmon, some mashed potato, pack it up into a patty, coat it in breadcrumbs, and fry that up as a fish cake. They are something else.
You know, any fish that's smoked, I don't care what it is. I think you could take a jellyfish and smoke the son of a bitch, and this guy will eat it. I love anything smoked. That's I mean, my ex-wife used to tell me, hey, you can't be smoking under the covers. Oh, Chuck says he almost forgot the thumbs up. Yep.
Geez, I almost did too. Thanks for reminding me, Chuck.
There you go, guys. Gary Irwin. Do they still have that bacon? Not right now. Well, ours doesn't. Not right now. And they get it back in. I'm buying a ton of it. I've still got 7 packs in my freezer, and 4 of those are going out to camp with me next week. But they're awesome because they're only about 1/3 of a pound per pack for $1. So for $3 a pound, I mean, you can't beat it. And it's good bacon, but what's crazy about it is it's made in Poland. It's not American made. It's made in Poland. But it's damn good bacon. I love it. I had a total of 18 packs of it. I bought a whole case when I was when I was managing the store, and that bacon came in. We got 4 cases, and I bought 1 whole case. Hungry yet, he says. Oh, you're just Andy.
You don't want to watch that, Sty. You really don't. You won't like it.
I won't like it.
No, it's that Scrumdiddlyumptious crew again.
Hey, I'm going to be doing some pudgy pies in my iron pudgy pie maker from Cheesehead on my trip too. It's like I said, I got 2 weeks worth of damn food coming with me, but I'm going to do a pizza one, and then I'm going to do probably a dessert one, and then I was going to do one with chicken a la king in it, and
So you're
yeah,
going to come back 400 pounds.
that's it. That's it. You know, I just got to watch that I don't overcapacity. You know, I don't want to.
You won't be having little shots of insulin. You'll have an IV.
I tell you what, Sty, what I like to do. You ever eat pickled herring?
Oh,
Romops.
I got a pickled herring story for you after you're done.
I like to take a slice of rye bread, pickled herring, sometimes Braunschweiger, mustard, Swiss. Best fisherman's lunch ever. Boys, it's stinky, though, after a couple of hours in the lunchbox.
Yeah, yeah. See, here where I'm at in Wisconsin, here, it's a big deal. Here, my mother-in-law, oh God, bless her soul, dead and gone. But and the only thing I ever liked her for was the pickled pike. You know, we catch these little hammer-handled northern pikes, and you prepare them just like a herring, you know, and because you're pickling them, all the bones go soft, so you don't worry about Y bones or anything. And she would make gallon jars of pickled pike, and she'd make 4 or 5 gallons each time she'd prep them, and she'd send a gallon home with me. And oh God, I miss that. But there's this big fancy. Well, it's not big fancy. It's a high quality club that's out in the middle of the boondocks, and it's on what they call the Valhalla Trail, and it's a heavily used ATV and snowmobile trail.
Yeah.
And they're way out in the boondocks, and awesome food, and their salad bar is to die for. We went there. We were going there regularly, at least twice a month. We lived pretty close at that time, kind of out in the sticks. And we went there, and the very first time I had taken the ex-wife there, I ordered a steak, whatever, and you get salad bar. So I go up to the salad bar and I look, and they got this huge stainless steel bowl thing, just heap full of herring. Well, shit, by the time my steak got there, it was almost full, because I ate almost that whole damn bowl.
Oh, I bet you
did. And all of a sudden I realized the waitress is giving me a dirty look. The cook comes out of the kitchen. He's giving me a dirty look. And so the next time we went, the second time we had ever been there, I ordered another steak dinner salad bar. When she says, and you can go to the salad bar, and she looks at me and she points right at me and she goes, 1 helping of herring is all you can have. What kind of shit is that?
I paid for it.
I paid, yeah.
It's all you can eat.
Yeah. And I told her, I said, I ain't touching nothing else in your stinking salad bar. I ain't a rabbit. I want that fish. No, they cut me off. 1 helping. And I said, 1 helping. Okay. And I went up there, and she come right over there, and I've got about 15 pieces on my plate already. And she goes, I said 1 helping.
Well, that's a helping to me.
Well, yeah, I'm helping myself once. Yeah, that just pissed them off a little more.
Tell them to go kick rocks.
The cook came out, and he's talking to me, and he goes, go ahead, help yourself. He says, not everybody does that. And I said, good, because you got to have plenty of herring if you're putting it out. And he said, the problem is the amount of herring you eat equals about the retail price of 3 salad bars.
Holy cow.
I said, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. I'm eating probably a quart without the juice of herring. Hey, Michelle's back. Good to see you, Michelle. Way Too Sun and Bentley's Backwoods Bushcraft is with her. Good to see you. That's why I tell folks all the time, like earlier tonight when someone slipped and said, so and so's having the stream over there right now and it's really good. But don't do that. That's not nice. When I stream, I tell everybody, I if you see a 3-hour stream out of me, I'm totally wore out, shot. Shouldn't have had a stream in the first place. They're 4 to 6 hours. So finish that stream and then come on over. You know, I don't care. Go over and watch his stream, but come back here then when you're done, because I'll be streaming for 2 hours longer or 3 hours longer.
We were talking about bacon earlier. I got something to show you, Sty. Not sure if you'll be able to see the picture good. Yeah, there you go. You ever seen that type of bacon?
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we call here in Pennsylvania buckboard or cottage bacon.
Uh-huh.
It's it is pork belly, yes, but it's I can't remember exactly where it comes from. It's like the upper side or towards the shoulder.
I was gonna say, are they taking that off? Because if you cut out the pork belly, it's real wide towards the shoulder.
Yeah.
And it narrows down.
Yeah.
That looks like that big strip across the top.
Yeah.
By the shoulder.
That's what I think it is.
Oh, good eating. There's a lot of meat in that too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. See, I raised hogs for a while, and
oh, did you?
Yeah, and we do the whole belly. You know, we smoke up the whole belly, but then I would do that. I would when I get it home, I'd get it in the full, the full belly, and then I just lay that belly down, and then I'd run my boning knife down and take that whole big back strip off. And what I did with that is I'd cut it about a ½ inch thick, cut it all up a ½ inch thick, and then I'd package it and freeze it. But that's what I use in my homemade baked beans or soups or anything like that.
Like the salt pork method.
Yeah. It was like a real meaty salt pork. Yeah.
Yeah. What was your favorite smoke wood to use for that?
See, I didn't smoke my own.
Oh, okay.
I had a local mom and pop 3rd generation smokehouse do it for me, and they used a combination of hickory and maple.
Oh, that'd be really good.
Yeah, it always turned out good. And then what they would do is for each hog, they'd do one belly for me, conventional smoke and cure. The other side was maple smoked and cured.
Oh, yeah.
And they'd marinate that in maple syrup, pure maple syrup, for 5 days before it ever saw the smoker.
That's how I do my maple bacon.
Yeah. Oh. God, this is killing me. It's killing me.
I'll tell you what I do. What I like to do, I have apple trees here. Probably about 3 or 4 apple trees here, and I prune them off every year. I save my apple branches.
Uh-huh.
Do a lot of smoking with that.
Oh, yeah.
But mainly, and that's if I'm hot smoking something, cooking something on the grill right after.
Sure.
What I like to use, and this is a little secret and everybody's allowed to know it, beech wood. Try beech nut wood.
Yep. I've got a cousin that smokes with beech. And he don't like talking about it either.
Yeah.
He just likes feeding his food to people, and they're going, "Oh, damn, that's good." He's going, yeah.
It's a smoky flavor that you don't really taste anywhere else.
No, it's unique.
Yeah.
Totally unique. See, now, when I make my jerky, when I set up a smoke tent, because that's all the smoking I do now for fish or jerky. I don't smoke anything big anymore. It's either doing beef or venison jerky and fish, but I do a tripod smoke tent.
Oh, okay.
And then I just make sapling racks, and everything gets hung in the smoke tent. But what I use here is I go out and I cut spring sugar maples, saplings that are 2.5, 3 inches round.
Those are the sweetest ones.
Yep, get them during peak sap run. And the nice thing is those smaller saplings, they run sooner than the big trees. So you really watch them. You just go out and you scar the tree, and if she's starting to seep, cut her down and buck her up into little cubes, little blocks about 4 inches long. And even if what I do is I put them in a big garbage can with a lid on it, and it keeps the moisture in there until you're ready to smoke anytime during the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll take a batch out, and they have dried some, but I split that batch in half, and then I pre-soak half the batch overnight before I'm smoking the next day.
Yeah,
and that gives like when I'm doing fish, it gives the fish a really nice sheen.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, it's sweet. It's got a real sweet, smoky flavor to it. See, me with jerky, my jerky's kind of like Andy's stinking English chocolate he's sending me, because I like to spice it up real good. But I marinate that jerky for 48 hours in maple syrup.
Oh yeah.
And then I pull it out, pat it basically dry, and I salt and pepper the shit out of it. But the maple syrup bath it's in is just full of red peppers, and yeah, it's hot. But it's
hillbilly jerky.
Sweet and hot, yeah.
Yeah, we have a jerky here that's just like that called hillbilly jerky.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, I've had a couple of guys that I got to see what these guys are saying in the chat quick. Andy tried smoking meat, and he just can't figure out how to roll it. The papers keep getting wet. Way Too Son says, I need a mouth-watering emoji. Yeah, Way Too Son, this place is ridiculous. I keep telling all of my followers that I got to have an insulin pen sitting here ready to take a shot of insulin because of all the sweets they talk about in my chat. Just watching it makes my sugars go up. Old man saying hard to pack in a pipe too, Andy. Yeah, getting that meat in the pipe's tough. And he said, I know a few iffy males who have plenty big enough pipes. Armageddon! Damn it, Andy. I've watched that broadcast at least 5 times in the last 3 days.
It's still funny as hell.
I could watch it 1,000 times and I'd still be in tears by the end of it. Gary said, I gotta go for tonight. I'm going to raid the fridge, then go to bed. Don't blame me. I wonder why you're raiding the fridge. Got anything to do with what's going on in the Sty Shack? Running water with a smile on his face. Well, I gotta tell you, Alexander, I really appreciate that you wanted to come up on the panel and that I pulled you up here. And I'll tell you what, you're going to be more than welcome in the future, buddy.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's fun to hang out here.
Yeah. Yeah, I just love where our conversations go. Think about it, guys. We've been all over the board tonight again. Armageddon. That's going to end up being you know what, Andy? That should be our code word.
Armageddon stream.
That should be our code word when a troll's in the house.
Armageddon.
Yeah, any moderator that sees a troll doesn't say, "Oh, we got a troll." Just yell out, "Armageddon," and then we'll all know to go look and find them and attack them.
Yeah, just don't light a match.
Right. Yep. Yep. And he better hope he isn't pulling up his socks at the time.
I tell you.
Michelle says 2 nights in a row have been food, bacon in particular. This is bacon central here. I don't know, Michelle, if you know Cheesehead Chris, but Cheesehead Chris he does a lot of like Canteen Cup Tuesday and Cast Iron Wednesdays, those kind of things. But everything he makes is always smothered in cheese and bacon. It's got to be loaded with cheese and bacon. That boy, the first time him and I met in person, we had a really nice, simple meal. It was hobo stew, basically. And when we were all done, we're stuffed. He goes, oh, something I forgot to do. He says, keep that fire stoked, and out comes the frying pan. Well, we did the hobo stews in cans, and out comes the frying pan. And I thought, what's he doing? We just got through eating. We're stuffed. Out comes this package of this. He's got about 2 pounds of this thick sliced bacon. He sat there at that campfire and fried all that bacon up. And we sat there eating that damn bacon all afternoon. And that should have been my warning. The next time we got together out at camp, it was bacon wrapped chicken cordon bleu. Big chicken breasts stuffed and wrapped
That got
in
my
bacon.
attention.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I did a video on that one. I don't remember what it was called, but yeah, those were so good. So I did one out at camp a few weeks back when I was out at Birch Grove. I made one of those, and oh yeah, anything like that to die for. But I mean, yeah, it's literally to die for with all the fat and cholesterol and everything. Oh well, gotta die sooner or later. I know I'm going to be dead by the time I'm 135.
I tell you what, I went to the doctors to get my physical. Oh, it's been a month or so now. They're like, you're pre-hypertensive. You have cholesterol issues. I'm like, I figured I did. I have a bag of pork bacon jerky, and I'm eating it right there. It's like, you're gonna die. You're gonna die if you keep it up. I'm like, you think I'm afraid of dying?
That's well, at least I'm going to die with a full gut and a smile on my face. That's what. Yeah. When you walk in the door to the doctor's office and you're snacking on something like that, or you get in there and they're doing an exam and they can smell bacon on your breath, or you got.
Oh, they'll ask you about it too.
that or they'll say you got a really bad cholesterol problem. We know your triglycerides are through the roof, and this. Well, you haven't even taken blood yet. You know what the hell you're eating. We don't even have to do a test. Okay.
Oh, I had to get a physical so I could get my they call it a driver's learner's permit here because I live in a rural town. We never really had to drive nowhere. There's shoe leather express everywhere else, and now everybody I know they're all out, and I'm like, well, I should get a car too. But I had to go in for that. They're like, oh, we're going to give you some paperwork to do some blood tests, do this, do that. I'm like, you guys realize I'm only stopping here so you can sign this paper, and then you're not going to see me for 5 more years.
Right.
That trash going in the trash. I ain't doing that. Don't need to feed no vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I it's like last stream or two ago. We were talking about I think it was you mentioning something about your buddy not going to the hospital or doctors for nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I was that way for so many years. I fixed it myself, or I'd find somebody that thought they could fix what's wrong with me.
So I got a tube of crazy glue. I can fix it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'll never forget doctors out in Montana when I broke my ankle up huckleberry picking. Sat there on the mountainside for 4.5 hours and decided nobody's going to come and save me. So I drugged myself over to my old Willie's Jeep, crawled in, and drove down that mountain with 1 foot. And got down there, and this old boy, he's been running pack strings his whole life. He says, "I fixed that ankle for you," because everybody's telling me you got to go to the doctor, man. That thing, it turned black and blue right from the arch of my foot almost up to my knee. And he's going, "Nah, I can fix that. I can fix that." And he wrapped that ankle in an ace bandage that was literally massaged full of DMSO, which I was used to using because you use it on a horse's hooves for above their hoof for windfalls, and it takes them right down.
Mm-hmm.
He says that'll take all the swelling out of there and it'll make the bones heal just like that. That old boy was right. Within 3 weeks, I didn't even know I had had a broken ankle, but I had gotten hurt a different way, and my ex insisted I go to the doctor, so I went to the doctor, and I was telling him about the ankle. He wanted an X-ray of that ankle. He took an X-ray, and he showed them to me. He goes, "Look at he says, "You had 4 fractures in that ankle, but they're almost completely healed up." I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, how'd you do that?" And I said, "Use DMSO." He goes, "Jesus Christ, that's horse liniment. You can't be doing that."
Oh, if it's good for a horse, it's good for me.
That's it. This old horse ain't lame anymore. Hey, old man. As always, it is so good to see you and so good to hear from you. But that ankle of yours, how's it coming along? I see you saying that it's slowly healing, that the sore is slowly healing. And what the heck did Buddy said? My great grandpa used to make sandwiches with just bread and bacon grease. I think your grandpa knew mine. He'd take a tablespoon and scrape all the bacon grease out of the cast iron frying pan and just spread it on some homemade bread, and he'd slap another slice on there. And he'd sit at the table with a cup of coffee eating that old grease sandwich. We always said, "Grandpa's eating a grease sandwich again." That old boy he just loved it. Just loved it. Yeah, and I love that. Okay, I got it. Way Too Sunset was saying that they love to do cast iron skillet meals. Yes, I watched a few of them, and I wanted to show up at their house and eat. And but he said bacon makes everything better. Chuck, you're right. Bacon is meat candy. And Michelle said, "I will." Oh, she's gonna watch. She's gonna watch a video that Andy sent her. Oh, he'll send you something that'll get you wanting to eat. And Michelle said, "Hubby says might as well die happy." You're damn right. I totally agree. Let's all die happy.
Hey, Sty.
Yeah.
You were saying about grease sandwiches.
Look at that.
I cooked bacon right before it, ate the bacon, finished it off with a grease sandwich.
Look at that.
Best one I've had like that is beef dripping. I used to love beef dripping out of the roasting tray.
Oh, yes.
Some good old au jus. Be like Arby's.
Yeah. You know what? I still today, sometime it'll probably be this fall because I prefer it in the cooler weather. But Well, it'll be this fall when I get my Dutch oven fully restored, seasoned. Then I make them. But I like to make real. I mean, they cook all day and then some. Um, camp beans, right from scratch, and I load those up with salt pork and bacon. But I love them when they're ready to eat. But the next day, I go in there with a couple of slices of bread and I scoop out a bunch of them beans and smear them on that bread. And I have a big bean sandwich, man. I've had people go, "Are you nuts?" I said, "No, you got to try it."
Hey, Sty, remember when you go to camp? Right?
Yeah. No. That's Andy. That's Andy.
Yep, burn up all the wood in one flash.
That's it. Andy, you're on fire duty because we're all leaving camp for an hour.
Just sit there eating pickled onions all night and point my ass at the fire.
Oh, yeah. Hey, old man, I've got ham going with me out to camp too. I got to have my ham. So, I got my breakfast kind of figured out. I got enough ham for a couple of breakfasts, and I got that pork sausage. I'll probably do something with that. But Michelle's saying Crazy glued hubby's eyebrow once so he could fight that night. Yeah, ain't that? I mean, that's nuts, That's But I'll tell you what, I got Crazy glue. I love it because I found the Crazy glue in those little tiny tubes. You get like 4 or 5 of them to a card. Those were at the Dollar Tree, and I've got those little tiny tubes of it. I probably got a dozen of them in my pack. Everybody carries a dozen Band-Aids. I carry a dozen tubes of super glue in my pack.
May as well be a liquid stitch.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference between the medical liquid stitch and the super glue is the medical liquid stitch doesn't burn quite as much.
The burn's good for you.
Huh?
The burn's good for you. It means you're alive.
That's it. I mean, if you can't, Jesus Christ, you just down there cut your finger off, a little bit of burn. I mean, you shouldn't even notice it. You're going, oh, geez, look at that big gash.
Are you talking about them church women again?
Hey,
you never know.
Andy. Andy.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't resist it. That's another $1 gone out of the fund.
I was chatting with this guy on the Facebook page for StreamYards for this system about some of the things that they're trying to get developed, for this platform. And he was saying that he kind of convinced them, at least it's on the list. He doesn't know how soon it'll come out, but they said, oh yeah, we will eventually get that done. And that's for guys like you, Andy. No, you got no video going?
Oh, I thought you meant people without a filter.
Yeah. People will be able to pick an icon to put up there instead of the video. The picture of their face, or they could put Mickey Mouse up there. Well, no, they can't. That'd be a copyright infringement. But he said, what's really sweet is they're talking about if you as a host, as the person hosting, the administrator of the stream, doesn't like somebody's icon that they put up, that you can have pre-selected icons over in your overlays. Pick them and pick what you want there.
Like
so
when
So if Cheesehead comes in and I don't want to look at him, I can put that donkey with the hat on its ass up there. You can hear him, but that's the picture you're going to get.
What you need is some sort of tech to make the back end of that donkey move like a mouth.
Yeah. superimpose a set of lips on there and teeth talking away. That'd be funnier than shit. I'm sorry, but that would be.
Poor old Cheese, always picking on Cheese.
I like that. Michelle said, not arguing. Love bacon. It doesn't love me. It just doesn't love me. Andy, you're putting all these links up. You know how tough it is for me to find those, and then it keeps me up all night. I watch them, and sometimes I got to watch them twice.
I do got
the last one you'll be pleased to hear is only a minute or so long.
Oh, well, wait a minute. That's the same as the last one that you sent me. Okay, good.
Yeah,
that's
one less than I have put up was for Michelle.
Oh, you duplicated it for Michelle. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Andy, I got the fixins to do the onion.
Wicked.
And pick up the baby bells tomorrow. And and what the heck else was it? I was going to tell you.
Aluminum foil.
Oh, I got plenty.
Don't forget to pick that up.
No, I got it. The roll of aluminum foil I left at the store when I went camping last night. There was something else I was going to do that I was going to tell you, but it'll come to me. Running Water says, I've got some scotch at the house you can take to camp for medicinal purposes.
Good old whiskey tonic.
Yeah, that'd be good if you cut yourself or anything like that. Just pour some scotch on it to cleanse it.
Nah,
yeah, especially if you're doing it from the inside out, because then you really know what's getting in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They used to say 2 for the innards, 1 for the wound.
That's it.
Right. Yep. The Andy's talking about old man's injury there, and that recommend treatment with maggots. That ain't even funny, Andy, because get this. My pop was in the hospital recovering from a stroke, and he was damn near fully recovered, actually. He recovered so fast, and they were getting ready to discharge him. So my brother and I went down there to the hospital. My brother drove down. I wasn't old enough to drive at the time. I was just a kid. We get down there, and we're just getting close to my dad's room, and we hear him, Jesse, screaming and yelling and having a fit. And you could hear another guy screaming and yelling and having a fit. And I thought, oh, my God, the old man's in a fight with another patient or something. We get in there, and my old man is standing at the head of his bed on top of his pillows, flat up against the wall. And there's a big fluorescent light right behind his head, and a look of terror. And here are the curtains open between him and his roommate. And his roommate had this nasty, huge, almost gangrene point wound on his right leg. And he had this huge bandage on it. The days before we had seen that, and thought, whoa, that guy must have really messed himself up. Well, that bandage came off while the guy was sleeping. And the guy started screaming bloody murder, and then he whipped the sheets off of himself. And my dad looked over there, and that's what put my dad right up on the wall. Here, this guy, all the way from his ankles right up to his chin, is covered in maggots.
Ooh.
Because that's what they were using to eat out all the dead flesh.
They do a brilliant job. An old lady that lived next to me when I was in my last flat, she had a massive ulcer on the side of her calf. And that got so that it really stunk. And I said to her carers, you got to get her to the doctor and, ask him about putting maggots on it.
Yeah.
And sure enough, inside of a month, that ulcer was just a slightly pink wound.
Uh-huh.
That healed up in no time once they cleaned it out.
Yep. See, and here's another one. I was visiting a friend of mine in the hospital, and the guy next to him, I looked over and I go, "Oh Jesus! Here, this guy, he's got he's a diabetic, and he's got lost all of the circulation in his one leg, and he wasn't getting enough blood down to his foot, and his foot was starting to turn black. And we looked over there, and here's his nurse with this mister spraying a mist on his leg, and we looked, and he's got these big old leeches all over around his ankle.
Yeah.
And
they'll use those if you sever something like a finger.
Yep.
And they sew your finger back on, they'll use a leech there to stop the blood coagulating.
Yep. And the leeches will keep that blood flow going. Yep. It was amazing.
Many years ago, I went to see my dad in hospital, and all the family was crowded around him, so I thought, sod it, I'm not battling for words in there. And I went and had a chat with this poor old guy that was all on his own, big fat fella. And I said, "Hello, mate, what are you in here for?" He says, "Oh, I'm having my jaws wired." I said, "What for?" He said, "Well, I'm going to have an operation on my stomach, and they're going to help me lose all this weight." And, "Oh, right." And eventually my dad's place cleared, and I said, "Look, I've got to go see my dad, but I'll come see you tomorrow when I come up here." So I go up there and I see him. He said, "How you doing?" He says, "Oh, I've got your jaws done." I went, "Oh, jolly good." I said, "How's it going?" He says, "Oh, I'm not that happy really, because I have to have all my food fed rectally." I was like, "Really?" He went, "Yep, and it ain't too comfortable." I said, "Well, what's it like?" He said, "Well, this morning they come round, asked me if I want tea or asked me what I want for breakfast." So I said, "Well, I'm not really a big eater in the morning. Well, you can have porridge or toast. Which would you like?" He said, "I think I'll go for the porridge, please."
Yeah. Yeah.
They got this stainless steel funnel and they're poking it down with a wooden spoon. And after a couple of minutes, he said, "Whoa! Hang on a minute, I don't want any more. I don't want to be a greedy guts." He said, and then after that, "Would you like tea or coffee?" He says, "Oh, I think I'll have coffee, please." And they, "Yes, bring over that urn." They bring this bloody great big urn and they're pouring the coffee in through the funnel, and he's, "Whoa!" He said, "Oh, what? Sorry, too hot." He said, "No, no bloody sugar in it."
Is there anything else you'd like? Yeah, some iced tea, please.
Yeah, a bit of ice cream.
Yeah, can I get a couple scoops of ice cream, please? Yeah, old man said, "Sty, a boar hog with lipstick." Oh, terrible people. Hey, Will, good to see ya. Good to see you. Good evening to you too. He said I had 3 cups of coffee today, getting 3 more ready. There you go. There you go. I can't believe it. Where's my cup? There it is. I got about half a cup yet. And I had one just before the stream, and it took me about 10 minutes to guzzle that bugger down. And then I drank one whole one already. So yeah. Chuck's just heading out. Been fun. I hope everyone has a good evening or morning, as the case might be. It's always awesome having you here, Chuck. And as soon as some chocolate bars get here, it's going to be nothing's getting mailed to me or from me, in a sense, all of next week. So it'll be the week after, probably, or thereafter. Don't worry about it. We're in no hurry to try that chocolate.
Hey, Sty.
Yep.
Got to show you something. We got this here in Pennsylvania. Not sure how old it is, but you remember this brand of chew?
Oh, I've seen it. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's long cut.
Oh yeah, extra long cut.
Yeah. That's just the leaf with the stem removed.
Yeah, and it's almost like a hair. almost like hair. I
Yeah.
tell you what, it's supposed to be like bourbon whiskey. The last couple bags I got, I tell you what, it must be fire cured tobacco because it sure tastes like a barbecue.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's dangerous, boy. That
No, it is.
gets
Makes me want some ribs. Even the dog's trying to get into the empty pouch.
you. Thanks, Will, for letting folks know to hit that like button. It really helps to see the like button. I get a thumbs down once in a while, and it's probably one of the trolls that managed to get thumbs down before they got nasty, you know.
The only reason why you got a thumbs down is because of the bacon comment. Bacon's it doesn't necessarily not love you. It loves you enough to kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you what, and one of the biggest things I'm looking forward to this week when I'm out there camping is the fact that I've got one of the remotest sites they've got there. Unless you're doing one of their hike-in tent sites, they got 3 of those. Those are sweet sites for tent camping, but that's pack it in, pack it back up. But the site I've got is way at the end of the campground on a loop, one-way loop. And the only neighbor that I have is the host. And I met the host of the campground. We had a really long chat, and the host, middle-aged guy with his wife, and he said, we go to bed by 9:30. He says, as soon as the sun's down, we're sawing logs. And he said, so you won't get any ruckus from us. He said, the only reason we're up is because we hear other people down the campground ways making noise. You know, we go down and check them out. And so it's perfect spot. It's all this food we've been talking about. Man, when I get out in the woods, I don't smoke even a fraction of what I do otherwise. But I eat, and it all tastes so damn good.
Eating is the new smoking.
Yeah, it definitely replaces it.
Oh no, I got it. I only smoke when I eat.
Yeah.
Alex.
Yeah.
You smoke after sex?
It depends.
Well, you never looked.
Before, after, and during.
Or have you never looked?
Now you're smoking. Yeah, you got to be careful. Rubber and latex melts around heat.
Yeah, you got to watch out too. It might start smoking back at you too.
That's it. That's it.
Because when it starts puffing smoke rings, that you got to get worried.
Hey, you wanna pee off your honey?
Always.
You ask her.
When did you see it last?
What do you do if that catches on fire down there? And before she answers, you say, it's real simple. The best way to handle a bushfire is to tampon it.
Yeah, but don't fluff it up first because it makes a wonderful tinder.
I'll bring the shovel into the bedroom and what's that for? Say, well,
fire control.
Just in case there's a fire, I have to beat it out.
A shovel and a 5-gallon bucket of water.
That'll teach you.
We're gonna swamp that fire and then beat it to death.
I'm finally gonna get my Boy Scout autograph from Smokey the Bear.
If you really want to upset her, next time you go to bed, take a length of rope, tie it around your waist, tie it to the door handle, and then put a plank across your back.
Yeah. Freeman James asked if they still sell Cuddy pipe chew. Haven't a clue.
I don't think I've heard of it. I might have seen it. What color is the pouch or bag or tin?
No, I haven't a clue. It sounds familiar, but I haven't got a clue. Will said, as my grandfather would say, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Yeah, absolutely. Put that in your old pipe and smoke it. Yeah, I love that saying even as a kid. I mean, I heard it so much from my granddad. You don't like it? Too bad. Stick it in your pipe and smoke it.
I remember when I was a kid and I was already tobacco smoking at 14. Never heard the comment before. Happened to be looking at something in the woods, and I was just not really paying attention to the conversation. Someone said, "Put that in your pipe and smoke it." So I grabbed this weed out of the ground, not weed, but this weed out of the ground. All right, Alexander, what are you doing? I'm like, told me to smoke it. Like, no, it's a figure of speech. I'm like, it's in the pipe now. Let's see what it does.
Not going to let it waste. White, James said that it's came in a white package and you could chew or smoke it.
Let me look it up.
When I was into black powder and hanging out at rendezvous and the like, ages ago it seems.
Was that in the Civil War?
Shut up.
Revolutionary.
That's my younger days back when I was about 30 years old. Yeah. It was after Custer's fall. But I would buy from this one supplier the tobacco twists, They got
I love those.
Yeah, they're just twisted and you can see the ring on the top where they
yeah.
drape it over a pole and they twist it. And that tobacco was good because you could use it for chaw or you could smoke it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was good backy too. And I don't know how they were curing that backy, but boy, it was.
It's fire cured smoked.
Is it? Is that
Yeah.
why? Yeah, because it had a great taste to it.
Oh yeah. I tell you what I do with it is I'll usually get a batch of 5 of them. I'll take some good rum or something, sprinkle over them, and
Sure.
or bourbon or whatever.
Yeah.
A good old get some good old cheap Heaven Hill and
Yeah.
sprinkle right over it. You get a buzz and a buzz at the same time.
Buddy's asking what I smoke. I'll show you quick here. Supreme menthol.
Sweepings.
And please notice the warning. Cigars are not a safe alternative to cigarettes. Well, jumping off a cliff isn't either. Now, I'll probably get a copyright infringement, demonetization. I'll have to come back here, and because it's a stream, it takes about 8 hours to go in and cut just this part of the stream out. Oh well, shit happens. But yeah, Supreme menthol cigars. That limited monetization right there. But Todd was in the house last week, and he saw to it that I have a discretionary fund that helps with those streams when we slip up. Other than Andy's dedicated funds.
Help Andy out of the swear box.
Will say, and I agree, Andy. I miss my papa. Yeah. Oh, I tell you what, man. There's some great men in my past that what really bothers me is that my boys never got to know those guys.
How did Andy leave?
Andy left.
Oh.
Oh no, he's back. He jumped, and then he's
Keep
back.
the camera working.
Okay.
Trying to get your camera working?
That's a polite way of putting it.
If you shake it more than twice, Andy.
He figured he'd jump off while he talks to his camera.
Now, if I click on that icon that says Start Cam at the bottom, it kicks me off the screen.
It kicks you off the screen to hit Stop Camera?
Yeah, watch.
Oh, wow. It sure does.
Device not connected.
Oh.
It doesn't see your camera. So what you do is go to Settings.
No, it's not that, Sty. It's telling me there's other operations trying to use it. Only one operating system can use it at a time.
Right.
It's telling me other things like Skype and numerous other things that I don't even have on the computer.
Right. Mine does that too. It gives me the list of the audio or the visual, the camera options that are available. And I ended up having to just pick the one. It said computer camera. I picked that sucker up. I clicked on that, and it's picking up my USB cabled webcam that is totally separate from my system camera. So yeah, they got some things they got to work on.
Here you go, Sty. Check this out.
Oh, sure. Oh.
Yeah.
It's your roots.
That's what I smoke. Red Line, Pennsylvania. And I got these here.
Oh, it's from Smith's Sons. Yeah.
Have you had theirs before?
Yes. I got a buddy that lives in this building I'm in that if he saw you showing those off, he'd be running in here. Hey, give me a few.
We've got about 35 postage stamps in the fridge, if they count.
You were talking about black powder rendezvous and stuff, Sty. I was going to show you something here. Check this out.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that sweet?
Yeah. 1875.
Yes.
And just for some of the people out there with safety.
Yep.
Shoots 44-40.
Oh, yeah. Great knock-me-downs.
Not sure if you can see that. I'm a little shaky.
Yeah. We can make it out pretty good. That yeah, that's a good knock-me-down there. I knocked me down that asshole across the street.
I tell you, I got it. I usually keep that sitting next to my bed at night.
Oh, hey, Alexander. Running Water's asking, you want to sell the empty cigar boxes?
Well, if I get a couple more boxes and smoke them, yeah.
Yeah. Running Water, you're going to have to get in touch with them and kind of work out a deal. Or Running Water makes cigar box guitars.
Oh, yeah. That's actually what I was saving a couple of these for. See if someone can make me one.
Oh, he makes them. He was showing off. I was over there just before he left town this last trip. He was showing off the new neck he's got for his next guitar he's putting together. Sweet. Oh, it was sweet.
I'd like to have a diddly bow made. I don't know how to play it, but I'd like to learn.
Yeah. Hey, Native Grammy. Good thing. It's nice. The internet's running good for her again. An old man said, Sty, You never guess who's I bumped into at the casino the other day. I can tell I wouldn't know. Running Water said Wayman's Cuddy Pipe stopped production about 15 years ago there, Jim. I hope you saw that.
The worst tobacco I ever had, my brother brought me home from the Navy, and it was absolutely jet black. And it was the stuff they get issued for free. Man, it was like smoking old shoe leather.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. You got that yuck factor going on.
Well, certainly make sure that you don't constantly smoke throughout the day.
Uh-huh.
And you know, like with roll-ups, you'll smoke a bit, it will go out, and you'll put it down and go back to it an hour later.
Yeah.
You never do that.
No.
Is it ashy?
Oh, mate.
Yeah, old man. Red man. I chewed red
I
man.
can't adequately describe it without swearing intensely. Bloody horrible.
Yeah. Freeman James said that it was a fine chew, tried chew once, swallowed it, never chewed again.
Speaking of swallowing your chew, guess what I did at work today?
I always encourage my girlfriends to swallow their chew.
I was going to spit in my spitter cup. Granted, I work in a firearms and sporting goods store.
Uh-huh.
Not necessarily supposed to be chewing around to customers because, well, it gets them riled up and makes them want one too.
Yeah.
I have to share my WB with them. I don't like to do that.
What you should do is just pull a bit out your mouth and say, "Here you are."
Yeah, here, I'll give you a bit.
So, you want some gum?
Yeah.
But yeah, I was going to spit and I leaned my head back a little bit too far. It all ran back. I was like, granted, I was holding a gun like this. Looked like I was having a stroke.
Here, I got one for you, Alexander. This fella I used to work with, tree service. He chewed brandy snuff there all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And he'd open, he'd go through 3 cans a day, this boy.
Holy cow.
And he'd open every morning. He'd come down to the saw shed, and I'd be down there getting all the saws and gear ready for the crew when they get there. And he'd come in there, and his wife insisted that he never drink a single drop of booze again. Well, he'd come down there and he'd take 3 of them cans and he'd pop all 3 open, throw the tin lids on off the side. 3 cans lined up. He'd reach down through the wall. We had a hole in the wall, and he'd down there, and he'd pull his old bottle of brandy out, and each can would get 1 full cap of brandy added to each can. And I said, it already says brandy snuff on it. He says, they're lying. He says, that's why I put my own in it. And that damn snuff, every time you take a pinch, it's just dripping. All damn day. He's eating that dripping snooze. Well, he had this big, it was like a big coffee mug.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like a stein with the flip lid on it. And he had that in his coffee holder that swung on the dash of his truck. And I'm riding with him one day, and he's on the radio. One of our crews is having a hell of a time at a job, and then they radioed us and said they dropped a tree on one of the pickup trucks. Old Chuck just went ballistic. He's pissed off, and he's yelling on that radio, and he had his coffee in his hand, and he set that cup of coffee up on the dash. He's yelling on that radio, chewing these guys out, and then he throws the mic halfway across the cab. Then he reaches over and grabs that snooze cup.
Oh, I know.
Flips the lid, and he takes a big, huge slam out of it. We went across the road, down in the ditch, back up on the road, across the other side, back down in the ditch. And he ended up parking in this old lady's front yard, jumps out of that truck, and he's trying to barf his guts out, but he couldn't get rid of it. He just couldn't get it up. I never laughed so damn hard in my life. I told him, I said, Jesus, man, you have got to come up with some kind of spit cup that there's no way you're ever going to mix it up with your coffee cup.
Like this?
There you go. Yeah. There's no doubt.
I've made that mistake a few times. I tell you what. There's one time I was driving just recently. I got it a half a can. I was really thirsty. Half a can. I couldn't stop. I was on the interstate. I held it in. I was like, I held it. It went away. Boy, for 3 days did I feel like garbage.
That reminds me of an old story in this old saloon back in the days when there was no fine cut. It was all long cut. And they had spittoons about every 4 feet down the floor at the bar. And this one old boy tells this younger fella, he's chewing and he's spitting in the spittoon. And this young boy's bragging about how tough he is. And well, this old boy said, I'll tell you what. He says, we're going to test and see how tough you are. He says, you pick that spittoon up and take yourself one big swallow out of that. He says, I'll give you $100 bill. Well, this is back in the days when $100 bill was 3 months' wages. So,
yeah, it's a down payment on a house back then.
Dude, no shit. Yeah.
And he, a kid that was a house.
Yeah. And thanks. And that young guy says, for $100, you betcha I'll take a swallow out of there. He picked that spittoon up off the floor, and he tips it up, and he takes a big swallow, and then all of a sudden he takes another one, and he takes another one, and he's on about his 4th swallow, and that old guy yelling at him, that's enough, here's your $100, and then he kept swallowing, and all of a sudden he throws that spittoon on the floor, and the old guy looks, and this thing's empty. And that kid, that young guy, it just blew in the face, or I should say green in the face. And the old guy says, why in the hell didn't you stop? I said, one swallow and you get $100. And he goes, it was all one long string.
I would have said that's $500. It's 5 swallows.
Yeah. That's what the gals down on the street say now. Oh, I didn't say that shit. No. Poor native Grammy. She's going, ew. Yeah, we should probably get back on food. Buddy said, I chewed for a short while. I stuck with cigarettes. I'd rather have lung cancer than mouth cancer. That would ruin my career.
Tell you what, Sty, you could, if you lose your jaw from chewing, you could just get titanium ones and become a Terminator.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. That's the thing. Okay, here's a story. It's kind of a sad story, but it's funnier than shit. I wouldn't do it as a Sunday night Sty story, but being it's almost 11 o'clock at night here, I'll tell it now. Well, there's this gal that I knew. I knew her for many years, and sweet gal, really nice gal.
Yeah.
But
hold on a second, I gotta take a swig out of this jug here real quick.
Yeah. She had developed throat cancer, and they had to go in and remove part of her larynx. So she had one of them trach plugs, Well, she had one of them handheld voice boxes,
Mm-hmm.
They work, but they're kind of goofy sounding,
Yeah.
And she heard we were all getting together at this campsite, and we're going to have a bunch of brews and just hang out for the night. And she thought, well, I'm going to come hang out. So she showed up, and we're having a great old time. Everybody just kept throwing more wood and more wood on the fire. It's getting actually too damn big. We're all getting half tanked up, and well, we were, yeah, I'd say we were tanked up because she's sitting there. We're all sitting around this fire on these logs laying on their sides, and she's sitting kind of next to me. And I turned and I looked at her, and she's looking at me, and she's going, well, and I'm going, because she always uses that thing, and but she's just going, well, there ain't nothing coming out. She can't talk. So I just looked at her. I'm drunk. I'm sorry. And I go right back at her. And everybody starts laughing. And then she grabbed me by the face and tipped my head down and turned it to the side. And I looked, her whole damn left leg's on fire. She's screaming for help. And I'm going, yeah. I felt terrible.
Oh, wow.
At least she didn't end up with any third-degree burns. But I'm telling you, it was damn near the whole leg from the cuff of her pants up past her knee. A big burning ember had popped out and caught her pants on fire. And she's the only one that realized that she was screaming for help. We're making fun of her.
Were you drinking beer or spirits?
What's that?
Were you drinking beer or spirits?
Water.
Beer.
Should have been able to put it out real easy.
Could have pissed on it.
Yep.
A Budweiser fire drill.
That's the one.
Oh, old man said I had to leave. My stomach couldn't handle that. Almost lost my supper. Oh, if old man couldn't take it, boy, I'm glad it's that it's close to 11 o'clock there before I told it.
Yeah, I think he was talking about the boy with the spittoon.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that I still have 7 folks around the fire because all of a sudden it clears out. It's Alexander, Andy, and Sty in the place.
You just got 7 people logged in. The other 4 are sitting there with their heads down the toilet.
Yeah, they didn't back out of the stream. They just ran straight for the John. James said, I learned that never ride in the middle if you're chewing. Yeah.
Someone's lap's getting spat on.
Yep. Oh, yeah. My one granddad, everybody told him, you're going to get mouth cancer, you're going to get throat cancer, you're going to get stomach cancer, you're just going to get cancer. Because he chewed snooze. He chewed Copenhagen ever since he was like in his, what did he say? He was like 17, 18 years old when he started chewing. But all the years I knew him, all he chewed was Copenhagen. And he'd go through a whole roll of Copenhagen in about 5-6 days.
Oh, wow.
And he had spittoon. And the thing is if he wasn't outdoors or in his own place, he refused to carry a spit cup around with him. Refused. He'd just swallow her. Just swallow. And my dad said, God almighty, he says, you can't be doing that, Pop. You're going to end up with stomach cancer. My granddad always said, well, he says, maybe, but he says, that's a maybe. He says, but the one thing that's absolutely sure, I'll never get worms.
That's true.
Yeah.
He wasn't kidding. I mean,
Never get constipated either.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's funny you brought that up because those twist tobaccos, we used to feed them to the horses to keep them dewormed.
So did I. In fact, well, I didn't give them my twist tobacco, but I give them long cut, a lot of long cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did with all my horses over the years too. A trick learned from my other grandfather, who was a farmer his whole life, and he swore by it. He swore by it. Plus, he swore by if he got a severe burn, because he had a forge and a small foundry on his farm. He made everything for all of his equipment. He'd buy something brand new, and he'd never buy a replacement part after that. He says anything breaks, he says he says I'll take a mold of it and I'll pour a new one and machine it myself. Well, guys that work foundries and forges are always getting burnt, and he'd get these big nasty burns on them and stuff. First thing he'd go out and do is he had old hay racks that still had Model A era, 1920s era wire rim, steel rimmed, but they're wire type tires on them. He'd go out and he'd reach behind there and get a bunch of that wheel bearing grease off, put that on that burn, and them damn burns would heal up in a matter of days.
Oh yeah.
And everybody screamed and hollered about it and said that's full of heavy metals and lead and this and that, and that's going to kill you. He lived to be 78. I keep telling people, all this shit that's going to kill you out there, us old guys, we listen to it and we go, if you're not really young or a pregnant woman, quit sweating it. Quit worrying about it.
Life is going to kill you.
Yeah, that's it. Life kills you. You started dying the day you were born. I mean, people don't get it. Yeah. It's been a long death. But he said Skull Cherry was my brand. I loved it. Oh, yeah, Skull Cherry is good. I liked when, was it Skull that came out with them first? Yeah, Skull came out with the wintergreen pouches.
Oh, I tell you what, I can't chew the mints or wintergreens or anything like that. They make me sick right off the bat. Just pop it in. I don't know why. I like it. I like the flavor, but it don't like me.
It don't like you? Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah, I was doing those wintergreen pouches for a while. I think those were Skull pouches, but I had to quit doing them because that's all I did was swallow too.
Mm.
Yeah. They were too, how do I put it? Too candy-like,
Yeah.
Yeah, James, you're right. Life is hard, then you die, they say.
Life teaches everyone everything they need to know. But unfortunately, life also kills all of its students.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's so true. That's so true. Yeah, life is preparing us for one last lesson.
Yeah. If life is a joke, just think of the punchline.
Yeah.
Yeah, life is like, you just wait and see. You just wait and see where you go.
The last thing, and that's me. The last thing I ever do is tell myself, it's all easy now. It's all downhill now. Nothing's gonna get my way. Bullshit. It's coming. It's got life is following you parallel and watching for you. the minute you look the wrong way, it's going to come over and kick your butt. Life doesn't like you taking just a nice, easy route, That's all right.
I think when I die, if there's anything after life, I'm going to go and pay heaven a visit, and I'll probably find that God was actually a comedian in a previous life.
Oh, I believe it. I believe in God, but I also believe He's got a hell of a sense of humor.
Yeah,
when he was creating crap and creating people, he's going, let's screw with this guy. We're going to make him the cutest damn baby in the world. He's going to be the ugliest bastard by the time he's 20 years old you ever seen. and then he's talking to his angels and going, what should we do today? I think that kid needs 3 eyes. Let's screw him up. They're messing with us. And then they break those molds, It's all got to be original. We gotta come up with something different.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you, I had a girlfriend once. She was so ugly that if you had a dog that looked the same, you'd shave its ass and teach it to walk backwards.
Here you go, Sty.
Oh, look at there. There's some forging tools for you.
Yeah, that forge table. That forge table is. I found. You remember me talking in the comments about the coal mine I was telling you about?
Right.
It was right down there. The reason why it has 2 openings on each end is they had donkey carts instead of tracks.
Yeah.
They would use it to bend the rails.
Sure. Sure. Hey, Step Van Dan, good to see you. Oh, yeah. Look at that.
That Sweet. One there on the far right is a piece of the track from the mine.
That's nuts. See, my granddad had a couple of anvils made out of track.
It's pretty good material.
Yeah.
Did the railway company know he'd taken it?
Andy, did you see buddies asking you what country you're in and what the weather's like? James said, when you go downhill, you meet the grave. yeah. The end of the downhill journey is 6 feet below this plane. Native Grammy says, oh, man, time to get up. Grammy.
There you go,
Oh,
Sty.
wow, yeah.
That's all from that mine.
Cool.
How do you like my little pickmatic and hammer I made?
That you made that, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that's sweet.
I tell you what, this chewing stuff ain't gonna kill me. All that sulfur dioxide in that coal will.
Oh yeah. Buddy said, watch the movie Dogma. Dog was a comedian.
That's
look at the
George Carlin, ain't it?
Platypus. Yeah.
That dog was excellent. It was funny as. What's that other one I liked? Stigmata.
Stigmata? Yeah, that was a good movie. Watch the movie Dogma God. Is a comedian.
That was played by Alana Morissette.
Yeah, that was fun. That was funnier than shit.
Alanis, something like that.
Yeah, Jim, I agree. That's why we climb over mountains. We don't want to go lower. We want to go over. When I had to work down in the mines in Wallace, Idaho for that short spell, man, oh man, I told them guys, this ain't good. This ain't good. One of these times we're going to be core drilling down here, and we're going to pull that rod out of the ground, and we're going to hear, hey, you guys, you're too close.
all in Chinese.
Yeah. Or else we're going to see flames coming out of that hole. And welcome home, boys.
Maybe a little fire, depending on what you've done.
Yeah.
Little AIDS.
A little bit of
AIDS. I've had AIDS loads of times. Alcohol-induced dizzy spells.
Yeah, those British Isles there, Andy. Everything I've ever seen and heard, the weather patterns there, man, it's either sweet or sour, man. It's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I don't know how you guys ever get over a cold in that country.
What's that? What's the cold?
You know, like the other day, there's no shit. The other morning, I got up. I got myself ready for the day and got my first cup of coffee, and I hadn't said none. You know, I don't usually talk to myself.
Too much.
And I come here, sit in my chair, and the damn phone rings. I look at it, answer the phone, and I go, hello. I'm hoarse as shit. I could not talk. I had lost my voice overnight. And I thought, oh, damn it, not one of them summer colds. I haven't had one in years. You get one of them bad summer colds, they stick with you for a month.
Oh, yes.
And I just got off of one 2 months ago.
Ew. And I thought for sure that's what I had. And then I pulled up YouTube and I went to my channel just to look at some of the analytics. And then I go, oh, Christ, I streamed for 7+ hours last night. No wonder I can't freaking talk today.
Yeah, but did you sit there and look through the screen at how many smokes you had during the course of that stream?
2 or 3.
Yeah, packs.
Hush. I'm not kidding. I'm not, okay.
Damn it, dog.
Dog with a parrot complex.
Yeah. Figures you're a pirate gonna sit on your shoulder.
All that work to get up there, and she didn't like it.
Yeah.
Typical female.
Exactly.
No offense, Grammy.
Old man said, they give it to a friend. Yeah. But he says, I would never be able to drive a car on the right side of the car. Hey, I had a friend that had an old postal Jeep, had the right-hand steering wheel, so they could pop the mail in the mailboxes. And he called me one day and he said, my car's broke down at work. I only lived a few blocks from him. And he said, can you hike over to my place and grab the Jeep and run it down to me? He was pissed when I got there. Yeah, I think I hit 2 or 3 things with it on the way there. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I said, I told him, that's a son of a bitch. I said, now if you put me on the other, I don't know what it was. He says, he told me, he says, come on. He says, you drive. And we're heading back, supposed to be heading back to his house. And he says, no, take a left here. And we go down, and it's this one stretch of road that rarely ever see a car on. He says, get over in the left lane. I go, what for? He says, get over in the left lane. And I get over in the left lane. And he says, now drive down that left lane like you would down the right lane. Son of a bitch, I almost put us in the ditch 5 times. And here comes this pickup truck. And the guy whips over in the right lane because he sees me coming at him in his lane. So we pass each other. That did me in right there, man. I stopped the damn Jeep right in the road, and I got out and I said, you're driving. And he goes, what's the matter? I said, I don't know what it is, but being on this side and the center line being to the right of me, to me it looks like I thought that truck was going to front end us. I said I can't do it. If I go to Europe, it's all taxis, man. No way in hell am I driving over there. Oh, I did see this guy and his honey down by Minneapolis, and they're driving down the left lane, and cars are honking like a son of a bitch and getting out of their way. They're driving down the left lane, and this cop pulls them over, and they're driving a right-handed steering wheel Beamer from Europe, and cop stops them, and a bunch of us kind of went over there to see what the hell's going on. And here they were his job relocated him to the U.S. for like, he was going to be here for like a year or something. And he actually had obviously the boy had money, but he had his car shipped over here. And this goofball, the cops were saying to him, "Oh, and you were yelling at the people coming at you?" And he said, I totally forgot. I was on the wrong side of the road. Yeah, the boy, he's just driving happy as snot going down the wrong side of the road. Yeah, James said, talking to yourself is okay. Don't answer or they will take you away. That's why you only talk to yourself in private. Andy, he can have a 4 or 5 way conversation going sometimes.
Oh, hell, me too. Especially at work.
Everybody has multiple personality disorder. And anyone who don't believe it, I just asked a simple question. Have you ever argued with yourself?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to do it. No, don't do it. Your parents wouldn't approve. Yeah, but I want to do it.
Have you ever asked yourself a question in your mind and then came up with the answer?
Have you ever gone to pursue course A and your other self has talked you out of it and you've either done nothing or pursued course B?
Yeah, there you go. You know, and that's the thing is, that's why I say everybody here is welcome. All we got to do is show respect to each other, because none of us know what the hell trail we're walking on today. It could be totally different than what we typically walk. You know, you just don't know.
The only time you really have to worry is when I go quiet, my head cocks over and I got this vacant look and a smile cracks on my face. That means the voices have either just told me to go and do something real bad, or they've just convinced me to go and do something real bad.
Yeah, they either suggested it or they convinced you. Yeah.
You got
it. Native Grammy says, that's irritating, huh, Andy? You should see Bandit look at me weird when I ask him what he said. Yeah. Oh, I wish I could pop it up.
Don't you ever listen to me, woman.
I wish I could pop it up here. I never did make a video. I probably never will, because the quality is so crappy. But I videotaped my one little mascot, and the wolves started howling. This is when I was in the Sty Shack out in the camp, and you could hear the wolves howling out there that night. It was the middle of the winter, and I'm sitting at the computer doing stuff on YouTube, and Blondie comes over and she looks at me and she goes real softly, goes, "Ruff." And I go, "I can hear them." And she goes, and she turns and looks, and she goes, "Woof." And I go, "I told you, I heard." And that, no shit, she turned and looked at me, and she had an angry look on her face, and she goes, and it was just like her tone totally changed. She goes, "Woof." And I go, "Oh, you think you're tough enough to go out there and take care of the wolves?"
Choke it to death.
Head way up and woof. She said wolf about a dozen times, but I'm carrying the background conversation with her. And I had the camera going, and afterwards I realized, oh, you stupid moron, you're talking with this dog about how stupid she is for wanting to go after the wolf. And I'm carrying regular.
You're trying to reason with us.
Old man says, Sty, the movie Crocodile Dundee's in New York City. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now this is a knife.
Yeah. Oh,
That
yeah.
ain't a knife.
I wish Andy's camera was working. Have you seen that, Alexander? Andy's got the exact duplicate of that knife. A true duplicate.
I have something similar. It's more of an American Bowie.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I had a puppy like that when I was out in Montana. What's it got for a handle on it? What are the scales on that?
I think it's just foul ivory or foul bone.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah. Mine was polished elk antler.
Oh, I got something to show you. Speaking of that.
Keep that zipper done up.
Oh, there you go. There's a sticker for you.
Yeah, this is my Mauser bayonet.
That's sweet. That's in good shape.
Yeah. Sorry about the dirty fingernails. This dog actually likes to hide my clippers and cleaner. I swear I find them under the couch every day.
Yeah, I got all trimmed up today. You got to trim them old fingernails at least once a month, toenails every 6 months, whether they need it or not.
I like to leave my toenails go until it's like a rake, so I don't utter something.
Just trim the toenails in spring. During the winter, you can use them to grip the snow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it all depends if you like the barefoot hike in the summer.
Be like Cody Lundeen.
Yeah, I loved that in
more of the skin walking.
the fastest Indian when he's grinding his toenails with that disc grinder.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got a date tonight. I gotta trim my toenails with a disc grinder. Yes, sirree. Yeah, I know when I came up originally, well, just before I started the stream, I looked, and just in the people that I follow, there was 13 streams running.
Oh, God.
So there's a lot of people that stream on Thursday nights. And I've told a few of them, I ain't moving. I'm doing Thursday night because for camping purposes, if I want to do a short camp, I can do it from Monday to Thursday morning, I said, but if I do my streams on Wednesday, it screws me out of that because I can only do, Monday to Wednesday morning. So it's really only 2 overnights is the best I can get out of it. Or else it's Thursday through Sunday morning. I get 1 extra day, but it's over the weekend when all the tourists are out there. So I said, no, I am moving my stream until winter. And then over the winter, I'll probably do nightly streams. That'll piss everybody off. I'll have like 3 that are fixed days, and then every day in between them, I'll do a stream. Hey, welcome back there, Will. Thanks, buddy.
You want to see a blast from the past?
Oh, look at Ellis. Oh.
Listen to it. There's still some in there.
No kidding. Boy, I can think. Oh, yeah, there's a few in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think back, man, I probably had 6 or 8 boxes of them. Oh, yes.
UMC Union Metallic.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, you're gonna crap your pants over this one here.
Oh, look at that. 30 cal Springfield. Yeah. Oh, man. I suppose the shop you're working in, do you
Yeah.
run across that stuff once in a while?
Yeah, we do, and I got almost a full box of this here.
And look at smokeless, wet proof shot shells. DuPont. See now, yeah, back in the early 70s, well, mid 70s, I guess it would be. I went to truck driving training, and oh yeah, look at them shells, man.
Old paper shells.
Yes, God, I shot a lot of those. Shut up,
They
Andy.
still make paper shells. I do some reloading for mine.
Yeah, that school I was going to, truck driving training school, they wanted one of the students to take over the winter plowing of what they called the compound.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 14 miles of road. But where was that road? It was on an old DuPont property, munitions property. And to me, it was awesome because they had 4 pellet towers on that property. And all these young guys that were in the training school, some of them would once in a while jump in the plow truck with me, and they'd ask, "What were those big towers for? Those big stacks?" I says, "That's where they made the pellets for the shotguns." And, what?
Shot tower.
Yeah, they're shot towers.
Sty, that heavy driving school, was that using a team of 8 or 10 horses?
Wow, Alexander. Wow. What was that, Andy?
Rifle.
I said that driving school for heavy goods, was that using a team of 8 or 10 horses?
12.
Look at that.
That looks like one of those old Civil War things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's what was the Spencer carbine chambered in?
Uh-huh.
Like 50 something rimfire.
Uh-huh.
This is leftover arsenal pack from the Civil War. It's still sealed.
Wow.
Still sealed. Awesome. Oh yeah, that's a gold mine sitting there. Just yeah.
I'm sure it's in ones of those that have been fired where people have been like scuba metal detecting in rivers.
Uh-huh.
They wear like not the tank and everything, but like a snorkel and a mask and a wetsuit, and they go underwater hunting around for metal objects. They find loads of bullets that look like those, the remnants of old rifles, all sorts.
Got my mug of bullets out to show you. What do you think that is there, Sty?
You know, they distort so much on these.
Yeah.
What is that, about a 45-70?
You're close. It's a 43 Spanish Reformando.
Oh, there you go. Holy smokes.
Here's the military version of it.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
A bit smarter.
What else we got here? Yeah, here's one of these cases I was telling you about.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Looks like an old shotgun case.
See, now, when I was a kid, get this one, Alexander. When I was a kid, we would take, and I had said in a prior stream or video, 12 gauge, but I had been corrected. I made an error. It wasn't 12 gauge. They were 10 gauge.
Oh, yeah?
Paper case shells. And we found about 4 boxes of them that my granddad had. He didn't have a gun for him anymore. And his kids found him and said, well, don't tell granddad. We'll have some fun with these. Well, we'd open up the shell on the end and dump all the shot out. Make sure to get in there with a like an ice pick and make sure there's no shot left on that wadding, because a lot of guys think, well, all you got to do is dump the shot out. You better watch it. There could be a half a dozen or more pieces of shot still in that wadding.
Mm-hmm.
But we make sure all this is all clean as shot. And them devils fit right over the end of a broomstick. So we had this cut off broomstick that's about 4 feet long. And we'd slide the shell on the end of that broomstick, and we'd use just old masking tape, and we'd masking tape a thumbtack on the primer, and then we'd throw it against this brick wall at this big shop across the road from us. You'd pitch that thing like a spear, like you're a caveman trying to spear a mammoth, and then everybody run like hell. And we couldn't keep up with the broomsticks because it would blow about 8 inches off of the broomstick every time. we were hoping for the one that the broomstick would come out of the shell and go flying. But after about 30, 40 times, we realized, no, the case can't hold the pressure, so it just blows apart and it blows the broomstick all the shit.
It may as well be a firecracker.
Yeah, it's like that's exactly throwing an M80 at the wall, and we were having a blast until the cops showed up because somebody down the road called the cops and said, "There's somebody shooting the shit out of the county garage down there." When they come down there, all they seen were all these black and gray patches all over the side of that building. What are you kids doing? Nothing. Empty your pockets, and all the empty shotgun shells are falling out. What are you doing with all those shotgun shells? And that one cop picked one up. He's looking at it. He goes, "God, man!" He goes over to the other cop. "God, man, look at it. That's a loaded round. There ain't no pellets in it, but that's a live round." What are you guys doing? When we told them, the cops even had they were having a hell of a time not busting out laughing. You rotten little kids.
Little bastards.
Yeah, little bastards.
There's one for the swear jar.
Now, what is that?
Well, I'll show you.
Okay, I'm going to have to enlarge. See if I can see it. Yeah, it's
a little too close.
Maybe if I shine a light on it.
And not quite as close.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, my eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, everybody.
Yep, I'm blind.
I'm blind.
Now having an epileptic fit.
No, actually, the light's not helping.
No. It's a 30-40 Crag shell.
It's a what?
30-40 Crag.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. This is an original one from WMC.
Uh-huh.
And I have the rifle, actually. Let me grab that. It was motorized, but it was a cavalry carbine. Where do I have it? Well, it's not in my cabinet. It must be still at the shop.
Will said he's got it. I have old Stevens 12 gauge shotgun with my papa's, probably 1920. Still works.
Wow.
Sweet.
I'll show you guys that instead.
I had a couple of Damascus barrel shotguns that I sold, and I had a damn fool. He looked at the one. It was a double barrel. I don't even remember the manufacturer. And he says, "Can we take it out and shoot it? I don't want to buy a gun I haven't shot." I said, "You ain't shooting no damn Damascus barrel shotgun that was made in 1912, you moron." Look at that. Look at that. Wow.
Guess what it is?
those falling blocks like that, it just, I mean,
That's like a combination between a Winchester and a Lee Enfield 303.
It's actually a Greener Martini 12 by 14 gauge shotgun.
it is.
Yeah.
That thing is sweet. Looks in good condition.
Yeah. From what I understand, let me see if I can get it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 Awesome.
Apparently, it was used in Britain as a prison guard shotgun. And they would modify the ammo so common shells could not be shot out of it. It would actually explode and destroy the gun.
Oh, really?
So they made a special cartridge that fits in here. They call it's a 12 gauge at the base, and then it tapers down to 14 gauge. And you can get away with shooting. It's more or less American 16 gauge.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
It's a fun one to shoot.
Now, we went from talking about food to talking about tobacco, and now we're talking about
Well, after you eat, you smoke, and sooner or later you got to get food for the next meal, so you need your guns.
yeah. And now we're on the guns.
Now
And
we got the
you know what? The backy part didn't bother me much because I got plenty of smokes. The food part drove me crazy. Now we're talking guns. That oh my gosh. Yeah.
UTF would be on us now.
Yeah.
They know where I work.
Yeah. And I got conceal and carry and
You had.
I got conceal and carry in 3 states, so they're wise to me too. Oh no, they got my name, that's for sure.
Here's a good one for you.
I can't tell because I can't tell the size.
Well, I wish I wasn't so shaky.
Oh, you want to see shaky? It's me.
.38 Smith & Wesson.
Uh-huh.
It was the first nickel-plated cartridge with the jacketing was actually like painted on, which I thought was interesting. They would have a tub of molten copper, and the bullets would go through it just like this.
Uh-huh.
And they would
And
spin
that
it.
would plate it.
Mm-hmm.
Then they'd spin the bullet.
Yeah. Shake the excess off.
Yeah.
Here's a fun one for you, too. And I'll hold up a 30-06 to show you the size difference. It's not much of a difference, but 30-06 is right here.
Yep. I don't know if we'll be able to make that one out.
Something Magnum.
300 H&H.
Yep. Buddy of mine, yeah, he loaned me a 375 out in Montana for taking down elk. And yeah, ooh. That 375 was brutal. That damn thing dropped an elk like it was like I was shooting a whitetail with my 32 Winchester.
Oh yeah.
Took him right down. But he ended up going with his brother to Alaska because he managed to pull a tag to take a Kodiak bear, and his brother actually caught him on video. And I told his brother that shit has got to go up on the internet, and this is before YouTube. But those guys, I contacted his brother, and he says, "Nah, we don't want that on it. We don't want everybody seeing it." And I said, "It'd go viral, man, because here he is, and he's got that 375 H&H, and this big ass grizzly comes up over this little rise, and Kodiak Island is freaky because there ain't no trees or the shit, and there's bushes here and there, but no trees." And you can see that bear just cresting this hill towards them. And it's the two brothers. The one brother has a tag and their guide. And you can hear the guide telling them, now just get a beat on him. And he says, wait until he fully crests that hill. And he says, you'll get a good, clean shot. And he says, take him down, rechamber, and get ready for a second round. When that bear made it to the top of the hill, they had a camera, VHS camcorder on a tripod behind them, and you can see him. He's got beat on that bear, and they set him up good. They folded a jacket up for him for a nice gun rest. He got beat on that bear, and when that bear got to the top of that hill, that bear caught scent of him. So he stands up. That bear stands up, and he's just standing there with his legs hanging there. He's not angry or nothing. He's just curious. What the heck? I smell something. When he stood up, that guy, his gun never moved. It stayed right on that jacket. He spins around, just about knocks the guy over. And he goes, that gun ain't big enough. Oh, God, I laughed when I watched that movie and that videotape. And, he got madder than hell that I was laughing at it. And his brother said, oh, yeah, he's been mad at me for 6 months for laughing at him. And he said, and the guide's pissed because the guide at that time, I don't know how it is there now, but at that time, all a guide could carry was a sidearm. They were not allowed to carry anything they could take a bear down with as a sports rifle. The guide technically is not supposed to touch your gun or fire it during the hunt. And the guide actually turned around, grabbed him by the jacket, and yanked his ass back and got him calmed down just in time before that bear made it down over the ridge. And finally, he squeezed off on the bear. But oh yeah, it was funny. Oh, that gun ain't big enough. Yeah. Yeah, Will's hands are shaking bad from playing drums for 27 years. That ought to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, smoke sticks. I've been through a few of them over the years, too. There's a Sty story for you. Freebie. I decided I was going to throw a Colonial 45 kit together just for the hell of it. I think it was a Thompson Center. And everything's done. The only thing I didn't do was bore the tang hole for the barrel mounting to the stock. And otherwise the gun was done. And I wanted to fire that son of a gun. It was a flintlock. I took it out with my ex-wife. We took it out back of the farm and fired the first round. Fired real good. Loaded her up again. Fired a second round. It's firing good. Guess how that barrel was strapped down? I took a piece of rawhide and I went around the barrel twice with it. And then I tied a big ass knot underneath. That's all that was holding that barrel, and there was that piece of rawhide. My ex-wife, she says, "Do I get to shoot it?" And I said, "Yeah, I suppose." So I loaded it up for her, got it in her hands, and told her just what to do. And I said, "Now I'm telling you, you just keep that puppy pointed down range. Don't aim it at nothing. You're just going to shoot it." I said, "Get a good hold on that puppy, and when you squeeze that trigger, there's going to be the big flash. Don't move until after you feel the recoil of that gun." She pulled that trigger, and it was one of those great flash in the pans, delayed situations. Yep, it and didn't fire. And she lowers that damn gun down at about a 45-degree angle and starts turning towards me. And I, just as I was going to yell at her, "Stop!" that son of a bitch went off. That pistol went flip flopping through the air. She didn't want to fire any handguns anymore. She said, "That's son of a bitch." I had a 69 caliber swab pistol. That bitch was huge. Flintlock. You drop that big old round ball on the barrel. I never wadded the thing. You couldn't hang on to it. You wanted as little recoil as possible, and you just shot it for the fun of it because you couldn't hit shit. And but in a room somewhere, yeah, you knock somebody's socks right off with it. But you drop. I used pill bottles, old medicine bottles, and preload them with the powder, and I'd carry a half a dozen of those in my pockets. Dump pill bottle in, and you put just roll the ball in the end of the barrel, lift that big old pistol up, and listen to it. Vroom, 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 thump. When you hear the thump, fire. But don't tip it down. You got to fire that sucker horizontal, because if you tip it down, you could hear that ball go. It's trying to head back out. Yeah, I learned, duh, throw a little grease on that ball. You don't have to patch it, but throw a little grease on it. It'll keep it from rolling its ass back out the barrel. But there were so many times I'd fire that thing and the ball would only be an inch from the end of the barrel. And you could hear that ball just going boom, 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 boom through the air. But the flames that would come out of the end of that barrel were just dramatic.
Long. I'll show you something that'll knock you for a loop.
Check that out.
Pretty.
That's sweet.
Handmade.
Oh, yeah. Gotta love the detail on that. So sweet for breaking down.
Oh, yeah. Look how clean I keep my barrels.
Oh, yeah, we can I can actually
Almost
tell.
shiny.
Yep.
Camera doesn't pick up shiny this.
You
notice the bead on the front, though?
Uh-huh.
It's made of ivory.
So it's got an ivory peep on it, or bead sight. That's sweet.
But I tell you what, I let my friends shoot it. They won't shoot none of my guns no more. I told them, hold on. It's got ejectors.
Uh-huh.
They're actually individual ejectors, so they'll eject whichever side is empty.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the ejectors are split. Yep.
I love this gun. This also sits next to my bed.
No, that wouldn't be Damascus Steel. He's out there shooting it. Yeah. Nobody in their right mind shooting Damascus.
I'm not right in my mind.
Do you?
I do shoot Damascus. I load up special black powder shells for them.
Well, there you go. That's it. What happens is you get these morons out there.
Yeah, they'll banana peel like Bugs Bunny.
Yep. They'll throw modern shells in them and think they can fire them. Don't go there. Don't do
It goes
that.
from a firearm to a grenade.
Yes. Yeah.
The ATF
Yeah.
will have a heart attack because that's a destructive device.
Yep.
Here's something from your era.
Don't show it. Don't show it. Is that a 30 or is it 30-30 or is it a 32?
30-30.
I had, I don't remember the serial number anymore, but manufacture date was early 1950. Early 1950. 32 Winchester round barrel. Oh, you're going to make me cry. God damn it. Look at that shit.
Marlin safety.
Yes.
That might not pick up.
Right.
I tell you what, I don't care what anybody says. Marlins, I've owned probably a
Special
dozen.
smokeless steel.
Yeah.
You know what my favorite thing is about this gun? I'll show you my favorite thing about this gun.
Yeah.
She's a little tight.
Isn't that nuts? That's nuts.
Good enough for a backpack.
That's it. Breaks right down. Oh, that is so sweet. That is sweet. That's, you know. Oh, yeah.
I've shot a lot of deer with this gun.
Oh, I bet you. Nail driver.
This is the original wood on here, too.
Uh-huh.
Tell you, in Sty's era, they had flint arrows, flint axes, slingshots.
I can't believe the support I get from this guy. I mean, yeah. He's always trying to bring up my past. Yeah, Will the Rocker was saying I have 3 tasers. I work security in Texas. Not illegal if used in a lawful manner. Yeah. Yeah, here in Wisconsin, if you got a conceal and carry, you can conceal and carry tasers, mace, pepper spray, whatever you want. You can even conceal and carry a blackjack. You don't want to get caught with any of the above concealed. And some of them you don't want to get caught carrying, period, unless you've got your conceal and carry in Wisconsin.
Would illegal use count as Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on your front door knocker and you're just rattling the bolt that holds the door knocker on from the inside with the taser?
That's right. Yep. Hello.
They never complained. They just went away quickly.
That's it. It's lights out. By the time they come around, you're already back to your flat, you know.
Here's another one for you, Sty.
Wow. sweet barrel on that.
Yeah. This one, the 22 long rifle, rolling block.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Kind of reminds me of a miniature version of the one in that Sergeant York film, the black and white one.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that, where they're shooting for the turkey and then they're shooting for the beef critter?
Yeah. Well, I'll be totally honest and upfront with y'all. Sty ain't got any high caliber firearms left. The only thing Sty's got right now is I've got two 22 long rifles. I got a Glenfield Model 60, same thing as the Remington Model 60, 22 with the tube feed. Love that gun. It's the dog beater. It's a ugly gun, but boy, it shoots like $1,000,000. And I've got my Henry Arms AR-7 22 survival rifle. Both of them. Well, the survival rifle, I haven't taken a deer with it yet. Don't tell anybody if I do, because in the state of Wisconsin, they catch you taking a deer down with a rimfire. Yeah, you're in trouble. But I think I've probably killed 15, 20 deer over the years with 22 long rifle. No problem. I don't suggest people that aren't true hunters or spend a lot of time on the range with a 22. Don't do it.
Tell you what, with that Remington rolling block 22, I could put them down.
Oh yeah.
I was hitting pop cans at those open sites probably about 200 feet.
Oh yeah.
Dropping them in.
Yep. Oh
Good
yeah.
old Kentucky windage.
I've had many a clean headshot with 22 long rifle.
I think my favorite caliber for deer currently is 6.5 by 55 Swedish Mauser. I've been using 140 grain Nosler Acubons.
Oh yeah.
Those Acubons, wow, they hammer.
Yeah. Buddy Wackett says this dude doesn't like guns. I don't think.
Working at a gun shop's like working at a candy store. It just depends on the amount of money you have in your pocket.
That's it.
And I tell you what, there's so many guns that come through there. I'm like, I think I might have space for this one. And it's the guy's talking about it. He's like, well, I want to consign it. I'm like, well, what's your price? $6,000 with the
Oh.
going. Yeah,
I got space in my safe, but I don't have that much space in my wallet.
Space.
Yeah.
It's actually a true story. We have a rifle up there. It's Frank Wells special 450 Ackley.
Oh yeah.
This guy, man, does he have a lot of nice guns. He's always bringing us stuff.
Jeez. Yeah, Will the Rocker's asking, Henry's the best Uncle Sty. How old is the Henry long rifle you have? Yeah, my Henry's brand new. Actually, it's a year old. I bought a new one. Yeah, it was an old one. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it depends on the gun and what needs done, honestly.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking mechanical, if it needs a part or something, I'll just charge hourly. And if you're talking like complete restoration, it gets up there. I mean, I'm sure some of you seen those Turnbull restorations. Wow, I that's like a $10,000 restoration and rebuild. I'm like,
wow,
it's a dream. I'm not going to be that frivolous.
Yeah.
Money like that, you can buy a nice single shot Barrett Light 50.
Yeah,
that'll bring your deer down.
Mm-hmm.
Might not leave a lot to eat, but it'll bring it down.
It's already ground for me.
Yep.
Hey, Alexander, you ever see one of these? I don't have one to show you, but
I'm imagining it.
My old 1950 Winchester, 32 Winchester, I traded it to a fella. He gave me $600 and $185 store credit in his. He had like a outfitter's store that carried it. You could even buy Twinkies in the damn place. You could buy a pack of Twinkies for 89 cents, but you could walk 10 feet away and spend 10 grand on a gun. But and it was in northwestern Montana, his outfit. And
do you remember the name of it? I might know it.
It was actually called the Outpost. It was in Knoxon, Montana.
Let me hold on. I gotta check the map now. Or getting my Montana juices going.
They're no longer in business.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That's a long story in itself, and it's a shame and a half. But northwestern Montana is not better for the loss of them guys. But so he traded me.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I said 600 and about 200 in store credit. I said, that's a sweet deal. But I said, tell you what, I said, I want you to throw in to me some cheap surplus rifle, some $50-$60 rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just want to. And he says, how powerful do you need? And I said, well, I want to be able to take an elk down with it. And he says, okay, I got something for you. He handed me this gun, and I take a look at it, and I'm going, oh, Jesus Christ. It's an old Spanish Mauser, originally bored 6 mil. Yeah, 6 mil Spanish Mauser, rebored to 308.
Holy cow.
Okay. And I said, have you fired this thing? And I looked at his rack, and he's got like 6 of them. He says, I'm not telling you what I paid for those. And he says, but I didn't pay shit for them because I'm willing to give you one. And I said, have you fired them? Have fired any of them? And he says, no. And I said, I'm not buying it unless I fire it. And he goes, okay. He says, here's a couple of rounds. And I said, no, give me enough to fill this thing puppy up. I want to pump some rounds through it. He goes, no, 2 rounds, and then you make up your mind. We walked out on the front porch of the shop there, the store,
mm-hmm.
and we're in the mountains, and I picked a big fir tree across the way, and took a bead on it, pounded that round chamber and squeezed it, kicked like a mule, of course, steel plate, and I thought, that recoil, I can live with it. So I popped that round out.
Mm-hmm.
And I slowly ejected the round so it wouldn't go flying, and I caught it in the breech, and I'm looking at the case. I looked at the tail end of it, and I go, oh, I don't know. I said, I don't know.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay. And Jim said, what don't you know? I said, I just don't like that heavy round in this action. And he goes, why not? And I showed it to him. You could not get your fingernail to catch across the primer seat. It had flattened the breech of that that casing so smooth. There was so much breech pressure. The ass end of that casing was perfectly smooth. You could not catch a fingernail anywhere on the breech of that shell. I said, I don't know how many rounds you can pump through that thing before you end up with that bolt shoved through the side of your head. Well, I took it anyway. I dropped a few deer with it, but every time I squeezed the trigger on that thing, I thought, this will be the day that bolt comes flying out of the ass end of that gun and takes half my face off. Some things you just should not do.
Nice old M14, do you?
What was that?
A nice World War II or a little bit later M14.
There you go.
I can't imagine there being too much out there that it wouldn't knock down.
Oh, we lost Alexander somehow.
Poor old Alex, been lost for years.
Old man says, what do you think of a Taurus 357 8-inch barrel and and Magna ported? Bang. No shit. You don't want to be on the receiving end of that puppy. Alexander goes, oops. We're getting close, guys. I'm going to have to shut down at no more than another half hour.
Not a problem. 6 a.m. now.
Oh,
at least you didn't start saying it at 4 o'clock in the morning and just keep saying 20 minutes more, 20 minutes more.
Just 20 minutes more. More on. Just never knows when to give up, does he? Will said I had a taser go off in my pocket before. Not fun. Made me jump. Oh, I bet you. I had a cop buddy of mine. Had a perp. He had just unsnapped his mace holster while he's wrestling with this perp, and he learned. Yeah, you got to be out of reach of that perp. The minute you try to get that mace canister out, and that perp kept landing on the mace canister and spraying it. My cop buddy was at one whole half of his body was all. Well, the perp was maced with him, but he got it too. The two of them shared it, and yeah, he was one poor sick boy. And then the best part was the chief wouldn't let him take the rest of his shift off. He says, just go change your damn clothes, get a quick shower, and you're going back on shift. And he goes, yeah, but my eyes. And the chief said, yeah, cry for the rest of your shift. I don't care. You're going back to work. Wrong one. Let me get a fresh one here. Sometimes it does that. I don't know why. Oh, I know what was going on there. Sorry about that. You
posted the link from
yours.
From
one of yours.
StreamYard chat.
Yeah, the fly shop. Will says my friend is a PD officer. He said he has to know where everything on his belt, where everything is on his belt. Not easy. That's true. They overgear these officers.
And he's back.
And they
what happens when you drink too much fire water.
Yeah. I'm hoping that I can make it another half hour without having to go kick that man about the horse again. I gotta take my old fart pills that I forgot to take quite a while ago.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God, there's not them suppositories again, is it, Sty?
At least it. Oh, thank God there's some for tomorrow morning because this case is almost empty. I don't want to have to try. The last thing Sty wants to do is try to fill a pill case in the middle of the night. Tomorrow could be real interesting.
You get them jumbled up nicely. You could have some pretty nice times. You know what I've been swilling tonight, Sty?
What?
Something you haven't had for a fair while. Dandelion and burdock.
Really?
Yep.
Did you get that locally?
60p for 2 litres.
Oh, really?
And no, I'm not posting you a bottle because 2 litres is 2 kilos.
Do not do it. Do not do it. Do not.
Well, you figure 5 liters is a imperial gallon.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So that'd be about, what, a third of a gallon? 2 liters?
Yeah, pretty damn close.
2/5.
Yeah. So 2.5 bottles of those would cost you £1.50 or $1.80. Did I tell you, Sty, that I put your braid in one of those boxes?
Yeah, you said that. You swapped it out for a pack of noodles.
Yeah, I know it's a tough choice, but I figured you had enough noodles to keep you going for a couple of hours.
Yeah. And how long do I have to boil the braid?
About a week.
It was pretty tasty, Andy, but tough.
Yeah, chewy as shit.
Yeah. Yeah, Will says, I hate meds. I take meds all the time. I consider myself fortunate. I'm down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meds that I take. And that's it. I was at 10. I had 10 different meds because of the heart and all the other shit. Now they got me down to 1 heart med. 2 of my meds are diabetic meds, but no insulin. I don't do insulin at all anymore. Managed to get off it. And and the other one's is a cholesterol one. I can do without that too.
Something I was going to ask you earlier. You know when you were saying about the wood you use for smoking fish and what have you?
Yep.
Have you thought of doing maple? But when you do the maple, make sure it's well seasoned, nice and dry, and leave it in a solution of chaga for a few days before you chip it up and put that in there.
That would be good because it would infuse the chaga into the dry maple. See, now that's a good idea because of the way I do split batches. One batch is wet batch, the other batch is moist batch. It's not soaked, you know. It's moist, but it's not soaked. Now that the moist one is close enough to dry that I could dry it, finish drying it out, and then infuse that with chaga. That's a good idea, Andy. I like that.
Now you'll have to find that chaga you found the other week and harvest it.
Yeah.
When people say, what do you want that for? Say, I'm going to smoke it.
I'm going to smoke it. I'm smoking that shit.
I'm smoking it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Sty didn't see me. Smoking that.
Put that in your pipe.
Video out on that, Sty, and then you can watch all the. Oh yes, I've watched it on YouTube, so I know what I'm talking about. People, they'll go out and they'll try smoking the chaga, and they'll get it completely wrong.
Oh, I tell you what, I'd want to be in the background with a camera, with a video camera, of some poor dumb moron that packs chaga in his pipe and lights that shit. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's a good way to
light you up. I mean, literally on fire, light you up. That shit'll burn so hot, so fast, it'll melt the end off your pipe. it'll melt the whole damn bowl off.
And if it drops and lands on your lap, it will melt the end off that pipe as well.
Oh, Will's going to get some more oyster mushrooms off of Amazon. There you go.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I did a couple years ago. I was doing a video doing hand drill on chaga, and I didn't realize my camera was screwing up, so all the video was trash. It was no good. I couldn't edit it afterwards. And after I did the demo, the hand drill and the chaga, got a really nice ember going, showed how to get that ember out of the chaga and into a bird's nest, got the fire going. And I'm thinking, yeah, they'll love this. This is they all like these stupid fire starting videos, So I'm just proud of myself. Well, I had a piece of chaga about that big around, and it was about 1.5 inches thick that I sawed out of a large chaga. I do that. I make hearth boards for hand drill, and I saw a chunk out of a big piece of chaga. All the rest of the chaga goes to chaga tea, but I'll carve a slab out of it. Well, and I said in the video, after you do that and you get the ember out and you get your fire going, spit in that hole that you were using the hand drill in and rub it around and make damn sure that ember's out. And I'm showing how you do that. And I threw the son of a bitch in the box of my pickup, and I was breaking down camp for the day, and I was going to head home. Well, it's a 35-mile drive home. I'm going down the road, and I look in the rearview mirror. I got smoke rolling out of the back of my truck.
Oh, jeez.
Son of a bitch. I whipped off the side of the road and looked back there, and here I had 2 burlap sacks that I had taken with me in case, because if I run into a dead porcupine, I don't pick on the live ones. You just take gunny sack and you slap them with that gunny sack, and it pulls all their quills out, and I can sell them quills for a bundle. So that's why I had them back there. Well, that piece of chaga I just threw on top of them gunny sacks when I left. Well, that chaga still had an ember going in it, and it just spread through that big piece of chaga, lit them gunny sacks. So I'm out there on the side of the road whipping gunny sacks out of my truck that are just smoldering and smoking like a son of a bitch. Got it on the road, stomped on it, and drove away. And somebody had to come by there and said, Jesus Christ, somebody started a fire in the middle of the road. But I tell you what, that chaga, that shit keeps burning. Now I know how primitive peoples were transporting fire, man. Just start an ember on that big piece of chaga and haul that son of a gun with you. You can probably hike all damn day with a big piece like that, get there, and maybe a third of it would be burned up.
I also used to use Amadou mushroom.
Good night, James. With what mushrooms?
Amadou. Amadou.
It's not familiar to me for some reason.
If you watched any of those Paul Stamets videos, you'll see him wearing a hat.
Yep.
And that's actually beaten out of an Amadou mushroom and shaped.
Really?
Yeah. And he says that he didn't smoke or anything whilst wearing that hat, because if you get an ember on it, the whole thing will eventually turn into an ember.
Old man said Sty in 1977 while in Norfolk, Virginia, naval base. I can't see where the shyster here. I had to escort prisoners from the lawyers to the brig. They sent me to pick up 6 foot 8 inch Miggalart gorilla who put 3 officers in 10 cents. Yeah, they're just thinking of you, weren't they?
Send old man. He's good with other people.
Yeah, we'll send old man. Everybody's calm around him and well behaved. Well, I had that happen to me in a situation when I was involved with law enforcement out west, and we went into a real volatile situation. And we're observing this one location. There's 3 of us. We're observing this one location, and there's four people there, 3 guys and a gal. And the 3 of us are discussing, who's going to take control of who, and keep it maintained, keep the 3 men separated. We weren't too concerned about the gal. Them 2 buggers I was with, they said, "Well, I'm taking this guy, and that guy, you're going to take." And they looked at me and they said, "You get that guy." I looked at that guy and I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" I said, "That son of a bitch is at least 6'6", and I said, "And he's built like a 200-year-old oak tree." I said, "Damn it!" I said, "All I got with me is a 9mm sidearm." No, I said, I'm afraid to shoot him in the head with it because it'll piss him off." I said, "Jesus, give me that guy? What the hell?" I said, "The way I see it is the biggest guy in our group, he's taking the littlest guy." I said, "The way I see it, you are going to handle these 2 guys and that gal, and him and I'll take the oak tree." I said, "Otherwise, I ain't going in there." Yeah, when we got in there, I looked at that boy and I'm just like, oh my God. But thank God he was an easy talk down. I was able to talk him down real easy. But boy, if he didn't want to talk down, I knew we were going to have our hands full. We were going to have to draw on that guy. He didn't need weapons. He was the weapon, boy.
Just one of those times where you ask yourself, what the hell is his mama feeding him?
Yeah, that's it. I bet you she was one well-built woman.
Put in his shoes.
I think his mama was eating a lot of bacon and drinking a lot of milk because
probably find his mama was eating a lot of bamboo and vegetables.
Yeah.
Had this big white patch down her back.
Oh, old man says, and all they gave me was a 12-inch nightstick. I took one look at him and asked, "Where's my machine gun?" Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody
okay.
passed Thompson.
Yeah. They hand you a 12-inch nightstick to handle a dude like that, and you're thinking to yourself, is this a non-verbal way of me telling me, stick it? Because you guess what, boy, you're getting it. Oh, not nice. Thank you, Grammy. Thank you. I tell you what, I had to catch up with Native Grammy's channel, because I was falling behind on the videos on her channel, and there was one where she was out. She did 2 parts of it. It's just her and Bandit, her dog, out, and that damn Bandit, man. You know how dogs can get, where all of a sudden they decide they got the crazies in them, and they're just going to run and run and run. And that Bandit is tearing through the woods, and then you wouldn't see him, and then all of a sudden you see him come out from around a tree, and he'd come flying at her just like a stinking rocket, and heading right for her, and then he just slide to the side just enough to miss her and go zipping right past the camera. And I was laughing my ass off. Boy, that dog was just, well, she's laughing while she's filming it because, yeah, Bandit got a wild hair up his ass. Boy, that dog was just flying. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to let her go for another 10 minutes, guys, and then I'm going to shut her down. Yeah, so that you know, there will be no video tomorrow morning. Oh, that's terrible. No video tomorrow morning, but I will be back up 7 o'clock Central Time Sunday night for Sty Story. And that stream, I am literally, Sty's not religious, but literally religiously shutting down at the 4 hour mark because I want the heck out of here with the sunlight Monday morning to head to camp. So
Well, if you keep going all night until sunrise, you're guaranteed to leave on time.
yeah, I want my wits together because this is the first time that trailer has been pulled in a year. And I checked it all out yesterday, hooked it up. Oh, that was a son of a gun. Last time I went out to camp, they had these big boulders around the campsites. And I had backed up and I just tapped one. You know, I could just feel it with the truck. Tunk. I thought, no big deal. Hit it with the trailer hitch. What the hell? You know, don't worry about it. Didn't find out until yesterday it missed the trailer hitch, but hit the trailer light coupler, and it busted the 5 stem off the end of the coupler. And I don't have a replacement coupler. Thank God the unit they put on that King Ranch has got the secondary 5-pole coupler next to it. You know, they got the big socket and then they got the small one next to it. Well, the large socket one I had in there had the 5-pin. So there's actually a secondary 5-pin on that truck. I'm out there dinking around trying to get my trailer lights working, and finally they're working fine, and took it out, pulled it around the neighborhood, parked it back. Everything looks good. I had repacked the bearings last week, and I figure she's road ready now. Ooh, shouldn't have done that. I should have told myself, yeah, pre-trip the hell out of that thing Sunday morning, and then pre-trip the hell out of it again Monday morning, because I got 80 miles to drive down to that campground, and about 12 miles of it's going to be gravel, rough, backwoods road. So yeah, I want to be nice and alert.
Make sure you don't end up on an episode of Green Acres.
Oh yeah.
If it gets too bad, you might end up on an episode of Hee Haw.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, and if I was a multimillionaire, it might even be an episode of
Beverly Hillbillies.
Goose Dynasty or something like that.
The Goonies.
Old man says a Jeep with a mounted 50 cal is what I wanted, and keep him 20 yards ahead of me. LOL.
That's what cattle prods were made for.
You know, that's kind of funny you say that, old man, because this fella that we did a lot of business with over in Spokane, Washington, what he does is he's got, and he's still doing it. I'm amazed that they still have him doing it. But he's got a contract with the Department of Defense, and he does ammo demolition. You know, he tears it all down, and then he can remarket it. He can remarket the rounds, the casings, and the powder. Primers, of course, he ain't doing nothing with. But this guy is he's a big gun goofball. I mean, he's insane with big guns. He's the guy that had the 20 millimeter anti-tank gun that he brought out to our homestead, and we got to shoot for a day. He has a brother that's just like him, but his brother, he owns 2 half tracks, and I can't remember. He's got all these armored vehicles, but he had an old It was a 45 Willys Jeep, and they mounted a 50 on that thing. And his brother, the guy that I did business with, had asked him a dozen times, "Are you sure? Have you triple and quadruple checked everything on that gun before we fired it off on that Jeep?" He goes, yeah, it's all good. He said, "Of course, I'm not stupid." He got up there, and on about the fifth round, that's when him and a 50 cal and the Jeep mount all came off the ass end of that Jeep.
Oh.
He did not have the damn Jeep mount bolted. He had the bolts dropped. It never actually finished the job. So that thing's just sitting there with the, and it was a 3-point mount. It's just sitting with about 2.5-inch long hardened steel bolts dropped through the body into the frame. Yeah, it just tipped its ass right over. About the fifth round, he come ass over tea kettle out of the back of that thing with that big heavy gun right up against his chest. Yeah.
Next time, ask him if the mount is good.
That's it. Don't worry about the gun. Is that damn thing mounted down? Make damn sure that thing's bolted down to that Jeep. When they finally got it right, me and a buddy of mine went over to visit them, and we were watching them out on their private range shooting that thing off. And I told him, I said, "That's just ridiculously sweet." It's one of those things you just go, "Oh my God." Yeah. And the problem is all that restored equipment. Ching, ching. Big bucks. Big bucks. Yeah. Yeah, they bought one of those remakes of the Gatling gun. That cost them a fucking arm and a leg.
It's like $50,000.
Yeah. Oh. I was gonna say I think they paid between 45 and 50 grand for it. And I mean, these guys, they got too much money. They go out there and they'll shoot that damn thing off all afternoon, having a blast with it. And take it back to the shop, clean it all up, and it goes back on display until they go out to shoot it again.
Huh.
And it's like they said, we don't own anything that won't fire, that we can't take out and play with. I said, "Oh, Jesus." Yeah. That means you got money.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, some of those firearms they've got, you would just cry to even know that they're firing them on a regular basis. It's just like, oh, no. Every time you fire a round through one of them, that's one round less it's going to fire. I mean, and when they get some of that equipment, when it gets that old, you don't want to damage it, man.
No. Treat it easy.
Yeah. Native Grammy Bandit's a blast. Like a rocket blast. Yeah. Native Grammy goes out there, Oregon, hunting around in the woods. She loves hiking around in the woods, and she takes Bandit with her, and that makes me feel a little better when Randy's not with her. At least she's got Bandit with her out there. I don't think Bandit would let anything get between him and her. Grammy says, "Tonight is my Friday because I took Saturday, Sunday off. My daughter is coming Thursday on her way to the coast. So I got 4 days off." Oh, that's sweet, girl. You better relax some too. Don't just spend all that time hiking and gathering and working around home. Take some of that, kick your feet up and take a break. I know I can say it all damn day. She ain't gonna listen. She's gonna be out there just doing it. Well, guys, we hit the 5.5 hour mark. I am seriously going to have to shut us down. It's great having you guys up on the panel.
Same here, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for letting me join.
You bet. More than welcome. It was a blast. Thanks a lot, Alexander, for your show and tell. Yeah, I love it. Andy, you know, I don't know where you got that facelift, but
it's a lot better now, isn't
it? Well, you look balder than sin with that one, though. We're gonna have to
laser beam off it.
Yeah, but that bulldog chewing a hornet thing has gone. Amazing what they can do with plastic surgery these days.
Oh yeah.
Even if all they do is melt down half a ton of plastic and pour it over you.
That's now we know where all that recycled plastic went.
Yeah.
Gave them the Lindsay Lohan.
Left or right?
So, guys, if you're available, you know where I am Sunday night. And the next couple of days, on and off, I'm going to skip around to YouTube a little bit. But like I said, I got 7 trips just to my truck in the morning to take the last of this gear out of my apartment. And
take an empty plastic bottle.
Empty plastic bottles?
Yeah, just one, large one.
Oh, I got that covered. It's already in the truck. Gatorade.
The yellow flavor.
And I got the orange one. So that when it's gone, when it's refilled, some poor bugger like Cheesehead might get thirsty. That's terrible. That's like peeing in a beer, you know. Oh.
Have you ever tried?
Depending on what you're drinking, it may as well be.
Have you ever tried using one of those bottles when you're sat behind the wheel in traffic?
Oh, yes, I have. And you're virtually at a 45-degree angle, trying to stretch out a little so it's comfortable. And every Tom, Dick, and Harry, you're looking up over your windowsill and you're juggling around. You ain't got no space up front. That's the thing with my truck is it's got lots of length to the driver's compartment. The width is just comfortable. Well, for that purpose, you start putting a bottle that big around on there between your legs. All of a sudden, it gets pretty cramped. Plus, a Ford King Ranch, that damn steering wheel don't go any higher than I got it, and it's still only that far off my lap with the seat lowered way down. So yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Yeah, I've had to do that much. The worst I had was trying to use one of those bottles when I drove over the road truck in an air ride seat. That's when it gets real tricky.
Like a let go fire hose.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What I used to do out at the Sty Shack, because the outhouse was way across the field, and then to take a leak outside, you had to go around the back of the shack, and I don't know why, but there were always bears out there or something nasty. One night I stumbled into a porcupine, and then it ended up with a bunch of quills in my left shin. So I said, no more of that outside stuff, especially in the middle of winter too. So I take a half-gallon milk jug and I just cut a hole in the side of the bugger so you could hold the handle. And then to dump it out, take the cap off, and you just tip it opposite of that hole and it dumps right out just good, you know? Well, little Rory, the gal that was out there with us at the camp, she was visiting the Sty Shack one night. We're having drinks and playing cards, and she seen that jug, and she grabbed it, and she started shaking it. She goes, "What the hell you got in here?"
This milk's gone bad.
Just flying all over. And then when I told her what it was, she went screaming out of my head.
Oh my God.
Off home, oh no, I'm covered with sty piss. Good night, Grammy. Good night, old man. Yeah, Gatorade and whiskey. Yeah, you betcha. So, guys, I'm going to drop you off the panel.
Yeah.
And I'm going to shut her down. And I'll see everybody Sunday, I hope.
We'll see you guys later.
You betcha. It's been great. It's been absolutely great. Okay, guys, with that, we're wrapping it up. It's been another great stream. We've had a wonderful time tonight, as always. And I'll see you this coming Sunday. I'll see you this coming Sunday. And until then, hey, each and every one of you folks, take good care of yourselves because Sty expects it of you. Okay. Okay. Good night, folks.